All right. What's up, everybody? I'm ready to start. How you doing? Sorry, I had to push back the stream a bit. Illustrate Life, thank you so much for the 10. And, well, we're back at it today with this story, Luigi, that's taken the internet by storm. And he was charged last night with, I believe it was second degree murder from what I saw. I thought it was murder at first, but I think it's second degree murder he was charged with. And, more information has been coming out about him. And his family kind of broke their silence, didn't say much. And information about, well, his friends have spoken up. There's a couple of interviews that came out. We're going to check that out. Stuff about his back surgery. And I think it was one of the friends that said that he had, he was seeking alternative treatment and somehow got into psychedelics. I saw somewhere say ayahuasca, but I saw somewhere else say shrooms. And that he went crazy from there. I don't know. But he comes from a family of a lot of money. Mucho dinero. The ladies love him on the internet. Ladies love him on the internet. And let me see. Yeah, I thought I saw a second degree murder charge. I don't know if this one has it wrong. Let's see. Yeah, this one said, I don't know why. I have to check other articles. ABC 7. Let me show you this. This one says, the ironic thing when you're looking up this guy, I'm getting medication ads, right? Like the drug companies are like, thank you so much, Luigi. We're getting so much traffic now. I mean, regardless, I'm gonna get it. But yeah, anyway, this article says second degree, but I thought it was murder. It's second? Okay, yeah, it's second degree. I don't know why though. I don't understand why second degree murder. And the other thing that people are talking about, this is so trivial to me, but I feel like we have to talk about it because anytime we're covering one of these stories, video games somehow always comes into play. And they're saying that he played Among Us. Oh man, how crazy, how ironic. He played Among Us. Among Us was a very popular game. And basically, I've never played it, I've heard of it. And it's one of those games where you got to try to figure out who the imposters are. I guess you're like with a group of people, and you have to figure out who the person is that's killing people. It says Among Us is an online multiplayer whodunit game that casts the players in one or two roles: the crewmates, good guys, or the imposters, bad guys. And so, because he played this, maybe there's some correlation. And they're saying it's ironic, extremely ironic. Suspect in UnitedHealthcare CEO Sling played video game killer. Yo, it's a little like cartoon thing. It never ceases to amaze me. I wanted to watch these interviews. There's a couple of them. And I was actually in talks with somebody. I don't know if maybe I can get him on today. I'll see. It might come on maybe.
Beyond shocked. It's unimaginable. I was roommates with him, friends, hiked, went to yoga. He did his best to be athletic and unfathomable, knowing the kind, person that I saw and knew. Well, actually, we have an interview process because when you throw a bunch of people living together, you need to hopefully make sure they work well. And I interviewed him before he moved.
Damn, look at this headline too. And I was wondering why he wasn't able to. We'll get to this article, and we're going to get to this topic in a bit after the... Damn, I can't look at anything with this. You got to have the blockers on. We'll get into this, his back surgery, and secret sex after back surgery as he spiraled into health industry obsession. We'll have to check it out. Because I was wondering, like, can he just lay there and the chick take care of him? Or is it just that he can't have any kind of weight on it or any kind of motion? Or what was up with that?
And he works in tech. He has a remote position. He was looking forward to living in Hawaii and being healthy. He was excited about getting to know new people, experiencing new culture.
should have just cut out the blanks.
No, it's very natural. Our members all have remote jobs, and Hawaii is one of those places that many people would love to live. So we provide kind
This is a friend and former roommate.
of an all-inclusive living experience, so it makes it easy for them to move to the islands.
Yeah, you go to Hawaii. Oh, slow mo. My bad, guys. Thank you for telling me. Fix that. We don't need. It doesn't need to be like. Actually, turn it off for now.
Had good relationships with everyone. He was even, in some ways, a bit of a leader. He helped spearhead a book club that we started just so we could, keep those intellectual pursuits alive from back when we were in school. Mm-hmm. Where he said he had a back issue and he was hoping to get stronger in Hawaii. So he's always focused on trying. When he first came, he went on a surf lesson with other members, and unfortunately, just a basic surf lesson, he was in bed for about a week. We had to get a different bed for him that was more firm, and I know it was really traumatic and difficult. When you're in your early 20s and you can't, do some basic things, it can be really, really difficult. But he bounced back from it. See my doctor, and then I'm going to have surgery. I encouraged him and brought him to yoga classes. He would do calisthenics on his own. I know he was really focused on being strong and healthy, but it also weighed on him that he knew that there was an impending surgery.
If for some reason they didn't upload this, I have other interviews, but this one they didn't upload where you can hear the person asking questions, which I think is kind of weird. I've seen sometimes they do that. But at least when they sometimes do that, they'll cut out the empty spaces. But I guess they didn't do it with this one.
I apologize. I haven't read any of the media that's happened. I heard about it when a reporter called me. So I'm not familiar with what his writings were, but I know we talked about social issues and we talked about how to improve the world. And we talked about, issues that are, say with capitalism or with the healthcare system or with housing or the food systems. It wasn't, anything specific. It wasn't like he had an axe to grind or he was even upset or angry about a particular issue. Or
Gina, it's interesting you say that. I know somebody that's in like the Facebook groups, and a couple of women were saying that about him. I don't know where they're saying that he's like into men or something. I mean, I've never heard anything like that or whatever, but some women have been speculating that.
They were just natural intellectual conversations that you have when you're inquisitive.
Good morning, guys. Hey, everybody. Welcome. If you get the like button too, appreciate that. Yesterday was crazy, man. How crazy was yesterday, right?
Surgery. So earlier this year, I checked in with him. He confirmed that he had surgery and he sent me the x-rays. It looked heinous with just giant screws going into his.
Let me just show you a big picture of that, just on the thumbnail. Show you a picture of that. Those are the screws right there. But he comes from so much money, too. I just don't know. Well, he was estranged from his family, and his mother reported him missing in November. I mean, yesterday I had heard that he was estranged from like 6 months to a year. I wonder why just now he was reported missing in November. We'll talk about that too in a bit.
Spine. After that, he called me once. I didn't pick up. We kind of texted a little bit, but we, unfortunately, I feel terrible now. I wish, I would have made more of an effort to communicate with him. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question? Nelson, as far as I could tell. Yeah.
Ladies got really upset with that one. I'm just telling you what Facebook said.
And when I say that, mm-hmm.
This wasn't a great interview, I guess.
There's never justification for violence. We live in a democratic system with processes and procedures to address, our issues. And I can make no sense of it.
All right, there was another one to this one here.
That he's a political revolutionary, and this is all being scrubbed right now as we speak. His social media accounts, as again, investigators are still trying to figure out a motive in this case. Aaron?
All right, Bryn, thank you very much.
Yeah, it was a horrible interview.
And out front now, RJ Martin, the owner of Surfbreak HNL, Honolulu, a co-working and living space in Hawaii where Luigi Mangione lived around 2022. So, RJ, I mean, you and I are speaking here in a conversation that hours ago you never in your life would have thought you would be having. Were you shocked when you learned that your friend was the suspected killer?
Beyond shocked. It's unimaginable. I was roommates with him, friends, hiked, went to yoga. He was, did his best to be athletic, and unfathomable knowing the kind, person that I saw.
Oh, is this the same one? With the questions?
So when did you meet him?
Well, actually, we have an interview process because
it's the same one.
People living together, you need
I'm sorry, guys.
Hopefully, make sure they work well. And I interviewed him before he moved in. He works in tech. He has a remote position. He was looking forward to living in Hawaii and being healthy. He was excited about getting new people, experiencing new culture.
And did he, all right, so I know this was back in around 2022, so you're coming out of COVID. I'm curious, RJ, did you know where he was working remotely or why he had suddenly decided to decamp to Honolulu? Was there sort of any break in his life or anything that you ever became aware of?
No. It's very natural. Our members all have remote jobs, and Hawaii is one of those places that many people would love to live. So we provide kind of an all-inclusive living experience, so it makes it easy for them to move to the islands.
Okay, so I know you considered him, from your interactions with him, the time you spent together, as someone who would be a lifelong friend. What was he like when you knew him? And I know you've shared some pictures with us as well.
Damn, so they just dropped some mugshots. Bro, all right, check this out. First mugshot after booking. I haven't seen this picture yet. Thank you, Bebecita. Looking a little rough. I wonder if he's still, if with that surgery and all that stuff that he had, the traumatic event, I wonder how he was able to pull off and, assassin and get on the bike and ride and run and hide. So the new photos, booking photos. Somebody tagged me on Twitter too, and they were saying, I think there's more to this because of the eyebrows, because a lot of people have been looking into the eyebrows. I think there's more to this story. His cousin looks more like the guy that did it. Oh, God. Oh, thank you, Blue Wolf. Loud. I wonder, I really think, and I can't wait to jump into the whole psychedelic thing, because, and I don't know which interview. I saw some articles. I have the articles that we're going to go into, but I don't know if they mention it in one of the interviews, because I thought it came from a friend that he went nuts on a spiritual journey. I don't know if we need to listen to this interview, I guess, because we kind of listened to it already. In terms of
how social he was and the sort of interactions that he would have had with the other people in your co-living community.
He was a very thoughtful person, communicated really well, was friendly, had good relationships with everyone. He was even, in some ways, a bit of a leader. He helped spearhead a book club that we started just so we could, keep those intellectual pursuits alive from back when we were in school.
So this article says that RJ Martin is the live with the guy, and he's the one that mentions it. So, but maybe he did it in a different interview. Or maybe they would use just talk.
So you mentioned that he was into health. How did that manifest himself? And you mentioned you went hiking together, things like that. Can you tell us more about that? Why he cared about health? And I understand also that at one point you did become aware of some issues with his back.
Yeah, so when I first interviewed him before he moved in, I remember he said he had a back issue and he was hoping to get stronger in Hawaii. So he's always focused on trying. When he first came, he went on a surf lesson with other members, and unfortunately, just a basic surf lesson, he was in bed for about a week. We had to get a different bed for him.
These
that was
people
more
are crazy
firm,
on
and I know
Twitter.
it was really traumatic and difficult. You know, when you're in your early 20s and you can't, do some basic things, it can be really, really difficult.
Did he have any conversations with you then or even afterwards about that issue? And I mean, his back, how he hurt it? I mean, obviously anything to do with the insurance process of it?
The only thing he ever mentioned, he mentioned, oh, I need to go back to see my doctor and then I'm going to have surgery. I encouraged him and brought him to yoga classes. He would do calisthenics on his own. I know he was really focused on being strong and healthy, but it also weighed on him that he knew that there was an impending surgery.
So did you, in the context of all the books that you were reading and the book club that he was leading, did you have conversations about any of the issues that, we now even see in the writings that he had on him when he was arrested? I mean, did he talk about, not even maybe as specific as health insurance, but capitalism, anything of that nature?
I apologize. I haven't read any of the media that's happened. I heard about it when a reporter called me. So I'm not familiar with what his writings were, but I know we talked about social issues and we talked about how to improve the world. And we talked about, issues that are, say with capitalism or with the healthcare system or with housing or the food systems. It wasn't,
I actually heard he follows AOC. I did hear he follows Joe Rogan, but I also heard he follows AOC. I didn't know about RFK Jr. That one I haven't heard yet.
Anything specific. It wasn't like he had an axe to grind or he was even upset or angry about a particular issue. Or they were just natural intellectual conversations that you have when you're inquisitive.
So you stayed in touch with him. I know you spoke to him earlier this year, although I understand, RJ, that you tried to reach out to him multiple times even since then, but that he had not responded in those cases. Can you tell me about your last conversation with him?
Mostly just text messages. So I knew he was going to have a surgery. So earlier this year, I checked in with him. He confirmed that he had surgery and he sent me the x-rays. It looked heinous with just giant screws going into his spine. After that, he called me once. I didn't pick up. We kind of texted a little bit, but we, unfortunately,
hey, Kim, how you doing?
I wish, I would have made more of an effort to communicate with him.
Did you ever have any conversation with him where he brought up anything like guns or anything in that area?
Never once talked about guns, never once talked about violence. He was absolutely a not violent person, as far as I could tell. Yeah.
So RJ, in all of this, as you're just struggling to get your head around what happened here with someone, that you had considered would be a lifelong friend. And I know you've only had a few hours to even try to comprehend it. But just in these initial hours, do you have any idea why or how someone that you knew in the way you knew him could have done this?
Personally, I can make zero sense of it. There's never justification for violence. We live in a democratic system with processes and procedures to address our issues. All
right, so that was that interview. There's this guy too, Luigi
Mangione.
How do you know him? What school did you guys go to? How long did you know him for?
So I knew him. I came into the school in 8th grade. I knew him 8th grade throughout high school. But I obviously knew him. We were a small class, small school, only about 400 kids in the high school, maybe like 85 to 100 in my class. So everybody knew everyone, really.
So what were your interactions? Like, how well did you know him? How many times would you speak to him? What do you remember?
I would say I spoke to him pretty frequently. He was like a leader in our class, so I'm not quite sure the exact clubs because it's a while back, but he was like a leader of clubs. He was in many clubs. He was also like a soccer player as well. He played baseball, I believe, in middle school, but I think he stopped after that. but everyone just knew him as like a quiet, reserved, nice kid, and he was obviously really intelligent, and everybody can tell that by his resume, of course. Yeah.
So he's a valedictorian
Yeah.
and had a speech at your...
Yeah, so he spoke at our graduation. Every year they have like somebody who's, exceeds academically and in and out of the classroom, and they have them speak in front of our high school. And it's weird saying it, but yeah, he was that person that we chose to speak, so yeah.
Okay, so you've been following this case pretty closely. When you saw the photo with him wearing his mask, what were your thoughts?
My first thoughts, well, I've had like a history just following like high profile cases. It was just interesting to me personally. When I saw the photo, like I thought it was like a 35-year-old guy. It was like he's a good looking dude, like sharp jawline kind of thing. But I had no hindrance that it was him. I mean, in the back of my mind, I was like, I feel like that face is familiar, but it was like subconsciously, not really like on the forefront.
So when did you find out, and what's your reaction to it?
So when I found out, I had like 25, 30 text messages from all different people from I'm from Baltimore, obviously, where we went to school together. And everybody that I know from Baltimore is reaching out to me like, did you know this guy? Did you go to school with him? He graduated in the same class as you. And of course, I, replied to all of them after a while and said, yeah. So my initial reactions were just shock, surprise, and I just would never expect someone who went to our school to, be involved in this. So it was just shock, really. I'm still shocked.
And what year did you graduate?
2016.
Okay, from 2016 until now, have you spoken to him at all, or seen anything on Facebook? Are you friends with him on Facebook? Or?
I followed him on Instagram. I think we went back and forth here and there, just touching base with each other. I hadn't spoke to him in maybe 4 years prior to this, though. Recently, when we went right out of high school, we would check up on each other here and there. But I do know that a lot of people that I went to high school with that were a little bit closer to him said they lost contact with him about a year and a half ago. So,
is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, just praying for the...
All right, so let's get to this. We'll come back to this in a second. Well, let's look at these two articles where they're talking about him going crazy and the mention of, I think, psychedelics. Okay. Let's see. So it says here that Pennsylvania Monday. Okay, no, never mind. Went absolutely crazy after painful back surgery and explored psychedelic treatment for his chronic pain, it was revealed. Friends said Luigi dropped off the radar when everything changed. After a surfing accident, and it has not been reported, he singled out UnitedHealthcare in a manifesto. So, by the way, and we're going to get into this document that's going around. I have it somewhere. This one, yeah. We're going to get into this in a little bit. This, I don't think, is a manifesto, because the actual manifesto is supposedly about 200 and something. Oh, it says 200 something word. I thought it said 200 something pages. I thought that shit was pages. One of the other articles, I thought it said pages. So maybe that is it. I don't know. In a 262 handwritten Word document, Luigi said UnitedHealthcare's market capitalization has grown. American life expectancy has not. He condemned companies that continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. He reportedly wrote that he acted alone and was self-funded to save the lengthy investigation. I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. These parasites had it coming. I do apologize for any strife and trauma, but it had to be done. So a former roommate said and told CNN, I remember he had a back issue and he was hoping to get stronger. I think that's what we just watched. And the experience was really traumatic and difficult for him. While adding that, he sent them x-ray images that looked heinous. And his mother, I think it was his mother, they said, reported him missing November 18th, which I think that's also kind of strange. After all this time, supposedly he had been estranged for months, I thought, or even a year. November 18th, his mother, yep. Reported him missing, possibly from a home in San Francisco. They were shocked and devastated, the family said. The other thing, too, that they're saying, he was kind of suggesting that the evidence was planted on him, all this money and stuff. I saw it in an article somewhere. He was trying to say he didn't know where it came from. I'll have to find a little article, something later. I don't know what I did with it, but I did see him making those suggestions. Reports claims from school friends of a back injury tally with the trail Luigi left on social media. One friend, Carolina, tagged Luigi in an Instagram post about her birthday trip to Hawaii, December 22nd, or December 2022. Another, Stephen, tagged Luigi about a 2-week trip in the Pacific Archipelago, suggesting he was there with friends in recent years. He had all these books, too, that on his Goodreads that related to spinal or back injury. One's called The Spinal Surgeon's Roadmap Out of Chronic Pain. Another is Crooked Outwitting the Back Pain Industry and Getting on the Road to Recovery. Oh, here it is, yeah. Luigi also had a book called How to Change Your Mind, The New Science of Psychedelics. Jack Mack, a staffer at Barstool Sports, said high school friends of alleged shooter claim he went crazy after being injured. Spoke with a source that had a lot of friends that went to high school with Luigi. He wrote, what keeps coming up is a back surgery that changed everything for him, and he went absolutely crazy. Back injury happened when he was surfing in Hawaii. Surgery didn't go well. Moved to Japan. His contact with family stopped about a year ago. Recently, the family reached out to his friends and from high school asking if they had info. Hawaii picture, back surgery. Psilocybin. I'm saying it wrong. Psilocybin mushrooms of the world. Has anybody ever tripped psilocybin? I've taken shrooms once. I don't think I could ever do it again. A long, long time ago. Too old for that shit. All right. His LinkedIn revealed he had 2 degrees from the University of Pennsylvania, graduating in 2020 with a Bachelor's of Science in Engineering and a Master's of Science majoring in Computer Science. The profile also showed he had been working as a data engineer at TrueCar, a pricing digital retailing website, for the past 4 years. From January to June 2022, Luigi lived at Surfbreak, a co-living space at the edge of Honolulu, tourist mecca, and Waikiki. Like other residents of shared penthouse catering to remote workers, Luigi underwent a background check, said Joseph, a spokesperson for owner and founder of RJ Martin. Mr. Ryan added that Luigi was widely considered to be a great guy. There was no complaints, no sign that might point to these alleged crimes. Other people said they were flabbergasted and never got the impression he would self-destruct. Friends now say Luigi seemed to have become radicalized after being laid off from his job at TrueCar last year and undergoing surgery for debilitating back pain earlier this year, according to the Daily Beast. And we know he moved to Japan for a time, writing in mid-April that its urban development is an evolutionary mismatch for human animal. We read this yesterday too. The falling birth rates isn't immigration; it's cultural. He encouraged human interaction, sex, physical fitness, and spirituality. So if he really wasn't able to have sex, and he was very into his physical health, must have really had a number on him that he couldn't do those things that he preached about. And yet in another, he wrote, evolutionary mismatch of Homo sapiens and his 21st century living environment is unfathomably insane. Is it surprising to see so few adjusted individuals? Okay. was in the article too that just came out. He knew that dating and being physically intimate with his back condition wasn't possible. I remember him telling me that. My heart just breaks. Explaining the injury he had suffered after a back condition called, I don't even know how to say that shit, spondylolisthesis, was worsened by surfing accident. Martin said his spine was kind of misaligned. He said his lower vertebrae were almost like a half inch off, and I think a pinched nerve. Pinched the nerve. He was in a bed for a week. It was really traumatic. You know, when you're early 20s, you can't do basic things. He also said Luigi did not complain about his back pain and did not appear to be taking any kind of painkillers. Okay. So the condition that he had, a Reddit poster believed that Luigi spoke of how he had lived with a back condition since childhood, sees a bone in the spine known as a vertebra slip out. The condition usually affects the lower back and can be extremely painful. Also posted by the same Reddit user were complaints about Lyme disease. So there's a Reddit poster, I didn't know that they think is Luigi. Makes me think almost of Brian Koberger, where they thought he had some type of account. Matt, I tagged you on something absolutely wild on Twitter. Let me take a look. I hope it's not Among Us. Did you change your name on Twitter? That post, if that's you, looks like did you change your post? Somebody named Matthew tagged me, but I thought your name was something else. I did. The Matthew that tagged me on Twitter, that actually we're going to get to. We're going to get to that, yeah. The numbers. Okay. So there's a Reddit poster they think might be Luigi, and he talked about this back condition that he's had since childhood, and it's extremely painful on the lower back, called vertebra slip out. Also, the same user posted were complaints about Lyme disease and severe brain fog. The user said he'd begun to suffer the issues during his fraternity Hell Week, and that his grades subsequently slipped. The Reddit user believed to be Luigi said subsequent surfing accident had left him locked up, back and hips. Interesting. He added that intermittent numbness has become constant, and added, I'm terrified of the implications. I want to see that Reddit account. If anybody has that account, send it to me. Anyway, so it says weeks after, it's believed Luigi said he had undergone spinal surgery, which he said had improved the symptoms. The procedure likely cost tens of thousands of dollars. It's unclear what, if any, health coverage he had. He didn't mention anything related to UnitedHealthcare, whose CEO Luigi is accused of assassinating. Okay. All right. I mean, this kid had a lot of money. His family had a lot of money. I don't get it.
Silhouette to protect his identity, and I get it, is a former classmate and friend. He's worried about how people are responding to this situation and what it may mean for how they feel about him. So he wants to hide his face. We'll do it. We're also joined by someone else who recently lived with the shooter, R.J. Martin. They lived together in Hawaii. He knows him, had fallen out of contact recently. So let's bring them both in and understand better. All right, we're doing just audio with the other guy. RJ, thank you for being with me. Do you hear me, friend, on the telephone?
Yes.
Loud and clear, thank you.
All right, so I got you, RJ, and I got the other guy. Just help people understand, guy on the phone. Why are you so worried?
Well, Chris, I think you bring up a great point in that what we need to be focused on here is the tragic.
That's his real voice? Is that a voice changer or something?
events that took place with the CEO, Brian Thompson, and him losing his and his kids and
JB. I know, right? I didn't realize he made all these interviews.
And his wife.
Was on every
losing him. And I think, looking back we can jump into Luigi's life in high school. I think one thing that you didn't quite get across is how brilliant minded he is. He was the valedictorian of our high school, but he didn't put in much effort at all. He was, he would sit there in class, not study after school, and ace the tests. So he was an extraordinary mind. He was a very popular person in the class, had a lot of friends.
I have had 2 back surgeries. The recovery is gnarly, and the pain leading up to it was horrific. First was at his age. Total nightmare, but I'm okay now.
Oh, really? Thank you. Thank you for the 5. Ash said Lucifer. That's Luigi on the phone, right?
It's just shocking that he would commit such a heinous act.
No, I get it. And that's what makes it so compelling. The kid seemed to have everything going for him, and he wound up being the worst of us. Now, RJ, when you met him, he was already in his 20s. And where was he at that point in his life, and what made him stand out to you?
He applied to live at Surfbreak Co-Living, which is a co-living space for remote workers in Hawaii.
That was really, I don't know, what was that all about? Okay.
And like so many of our members, he wanted to be healthier, enjoy the tropics, live a new life in Hawaii. And I actually did the first interview with him. He talked about being excited to meeting new people, getting healthy again, because he mentioned he had a back. I don't know if it was an injury or pre-existing, and that he was doing everything he could to, not be in pain. When he moved in at Surfbreak, I had founded the co-living space. We were actually roommates together. We weren't super close at first, but he was always friendly with everyone. But as time went on, you get closer with people. I took him to yoga classes. He actually helped found our book club. We read through a handful of interesting books together. He was just always a kind person, great listener, somebody that, you would enjoy having a cup of coffee with. And
I really wish there was more details about the supposed psychedelics that he was taking. Somebody here said the archive of Luigi's website suggests he was doing psychedelics. Did the entities ruin his life? Or maybe I should read that thing. Now my own chronic back pain wakes me in the night, screaming in pain. I sought another type of healing that showed me the real antidote to what ails us. I bid my time, saving the last of my strength to strike my final blows. All extractors must be forced to swallow the bitter pain they deal out to millions. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. This is interesting. I didn't realize he followed this account. Arrowid. So a lot of you probably won't know. Arrowid is like a legendary website. Legendary website. I've known about this for years. So the website, it has all kinds of drugs. Safe stuff, not safe stuff, and anything and everything is listed there. But not only that, even like psychedelics, like people, mushrooms, ayahuasca, or even the hard, bad stuff for you, everything, like plants and drugs, ayahuasca, alcohol, DMT, some of the more top ones are up top. And you can literally, let's click, I don't see mushrooms up here. Psilocybin. Let's hit more. Look at all this. What? Okay. Psilocybin. So it'll give you like the background, kind of like if you just want the basic information. It has literature. And then over here, you can go to a place called Experiences. But they also have like research and journal articles. They'll literally put all the information you can research. I'm not telling you to take drugs, but I'm just saying if you want to get educated. And I found sometimes the most interesting place on this website is Experiences. Doesn't want to work though. There it is. Taking for a long time to open. And what I'm getting to is anyway that apparently this guy Luigi follows that Arrowhead account. That's what I'm getting to. Really, really good website. And then you can just find like all kinds of people's experience. I used to just read sometimes people's experiences. I didn't know this website was even still around. You'd read some crazy ass stories in this. And so apparently Luigi follows that Twitter account. Reliable information about psychedelics and other psychoactive plants and drugs for 25 years. That stuff, man. I mean, some people, they take this stuff and, you know, they feel like the world opens up. They find on hope, like they have this experience that's changed their life and all this stuff. But that's not the experience for everybody. You know, and then they also say if you have mental health problems, sometimes taking those psychedelics, it opens up this latent mental health stuff that maybe would have never came. Kind of opens the doors. Not everybody has an amazing experience in the world. Everything changes for you, and oh my God, life is so amazing. Some people do. Some people go crazy. He broke his back. Well, this person said on a hike, but it's actually what I've been reading is surfing. Got surgery, was expensive, it didn't work out. Started taking psychedelics to treat his chronic pain. Lost his mind and decided insurers are to blame. I don't know. I would love to find out more information about that. So here we go. Here's another post.
I think the NSA, military, did illegal spying to find him. Then police fabricated a story about a McDonald's patron called 911 inches.
Well, did you see? Thank you for the 10. I don't know if you saw. They put a picture of him with a hash brown. Breaking news, hash brown. Let me show you real quick. I think I have it here somewhere. Where's the hash brown at? I'll have to pull it up. Breaking news. People are wondering, well, what was he eating that morning? Apparently a hash brown. Let's see if I can pull up the picture. Here it is. He looks so much. Is that him though? Where's his eyebrows at? The eyebrows don't even look the same. I guess he's covered his eyebrows are covered. I don't even look like him. Luigi inside of Altoona, PA, McDonald's, eating what appears to be a hash brown before the arrest. Yes, that is the same guy. So tired of these conspiracy theories. I don't know what happened. This is weird. It's a body double. What the? Okay, so this person here posted as well that he has Luigi has interacted a lot with content regarding psychoactives, psychedelics, mushrooms / microdosing. I've read a little bit about microdosing, depression, the human psyche, deconstructing his religious beliefs. I think Luigi could have taken a bad mushroom trip and went insane. I've heard of people kind of losing it on a mushroom trip. Oh, I didn't even realize that's his. So this is his, I think his links channel, his link for all thing. I forgot what it's called. He has little shrooms there. He's reposted this. Everyone thinks the most important mental health treatments are therapy, medication, self-care. They're all wrong. One treatment is 4 times more effective than all of them. And here's what it is and the science behind it. Luigi retweeted that. It was another retweet. The quality's not that great, but here's a great summary of the anxious generation in tweets. Thank you. I just finished reading this book, The Anxious Generation. I think it may be the most important nonfiction book of the decade today, and I want to tell you why. Mushrooms would have worn off though, unless he had some type of like mental problem. Mushrooms would have just worn off. He would have went about his life. But some people though, especially like acid, could be detrimental. So here's another Sun article, and they're talking about filled with rage. Luigi was filled with rage, couldn't have sex or date before murder, and told roommate of his frustrations. Another article about it. Let's get into it. So he had severe back issues that made it impossible, it says, for him to have sex. He came from a affluent Italian-American family that owns a real estate empire in Baltimore County in Maryland. He was a very thoughtful person, friendly and thoughtful leader, non-violent, communicated really well, was friendly, had good relationships with everyone. He was even in some ways a bit of a leader. We read all that. Martin, who befriended Luigi and initially interviewed him for a space, a co-living community, described the alleged assassin's back problems that at times left him bedridden from basic surf lessons. He knew that dating and being physically intimate with his back condition wasn't possible. I remember him telling me, and my heart breaks. His back was kind of misaligned and said his lower vertebrae was almost a half inch off. Sometimes be doing well, other times not. Martin recalled the difficult and traumatic condition Luigi was in and confided in him several other roommates how he was incapable of being in a relationship due to his back issues. He knew that dating and being physically intimate with his back condition wasn't possible. I remember him telling me that. It breaks my heart. Okay. But I don't know that they're saying he was enraged. The friend didn't say he was enraged. I mean, it seems he said it was frustrated, I guess. Filled with rage. And just to show, so they mentioned the back condition again. And a lot of the ladies, Brokeback Mountain has a new whole meaning. I would have taken care of him, but that's just me. He needs to give me some back pain. It's the tattoo we're all talking about. Somebody got a tattoo. Tattoo. He can blow out my back instead. The ladies love him, man. They would have taken him. A lot of the ladies all online, they love him. He's carrying Stan Twitter on his back. He's definitely not going to like prison. Yeah, this dude is pretty. Couldn't blow bitches' backs out anymore, so he bought a blicky and blew the health insurance CEO's head off. Makes sense. Cue the I can fix him and I would have taken care of him replies. Oh, man. He did go MIA, though. He did. You could tell on all his social media, he just disappeared. Hash brown. All right, let's get to this document. Everybody's been talking about this. I haven't read it yet. I don't know if this is real or not. Luigi's last words. You guys seen this going around? The Second Amendment means I am my own chief executive and commander-in-chief of my own military. I authorize my own act of self-defense in response to a hostile entity making war on me and my family. Nelson Mandela says no form of violence can be excused. Kama says it's all the same, whether you live or die or have a cup of coffee. MLK says violence never brings permanent peace. Gandhi says that nonviolence is the mightiest power available to mankind. That's who they tell you are the heroes. That's who our revolutionaries are. Yet, is that not capitalistic? Nonviolence keeps the system working at full speed ahead. What did it get us? Look in the mirror. They want us to be nonviolent so that they can grow fat off the blood they take from us. The only way is through. Not all of us will make it. Each of us is our own chief executive. You have to decide what you will tolerate. Did he? It's not real? I don't know. I seen it flying around, and I don't know. I don't know what to think of it. Especially after that YouTube thing, they pulled the carpet from under me. I don't know what's real anymore. In Gladiator 1, Maximus cut into the military tattoo that identifies him as part of the Roman Legion. His friend asks, "Is that sign of your god?" As Maximus carves deeper into his own flesh, as his own blood drips down his skin, Maximus smiles and nods yes. The tattoo represents Emperor, who is God. The God Emperor has made himself part of Maximus's own flesh. The only way to destroy the Emperor is to destroy himself. Maximus smiles through the pain because he knows it's worth it. These might be my last words. I don't know who will come for me. I will resist them at any cost. That's why I smile through the pain. They diagnosed my mother with severe neuropathy when she was 41 years old. She said it started 10 years before that, with the burning sensations in her feet and occasional sharp stabbing pains. At first, the pain would last a few moments, then fade to tingling, then numbness, then fade to nothing a few days later. Breezy, I think I uploaded a video last night. I think that's the same one you're talking about. Alex, what's the guy? Yeah, Alex News Nation. I forgot the guy's name. Is that what he was quoting last night? Actually, let me just pull up my video. Let's see. Maybe that's what Alex was talking about. Political revolutionary.
The killing of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson on the streets of New York prompted a days-long manhunt, and it culminated yesterday at a Pennsylvania McDonald's where police arrested Luigi Mangione.
So we are waiting to see when he is extradited to New York City. This is a live look at the prison in Huntington, Pennsylvania. Charges include second-degree murder and possession of a forged instrument, Dana.
Police say he was carrying a gun and silencer similar to the ones used in the murder. Investigators describe it as a ghost gun, and they say it may have been built using a 3D printer.
He also had a 3-page handwritten note. Police say that it shows him railing against the insurance industry and speaks.
So a 3-page handwritten note. So that we haven't seen. Oh, that is a thing. So I posted a video last night. What the hell is that thing doing? Luigi's last words. Already debunked fake. They're saying debunked by who? Yeah, so this is what he was talking about last night. Well, I guess we'll read it anyway. Just finish reading it. Okay, yes, that's the first page. Let me see the second one. I still like, to me, like, I don't know, man. The whole part of, like, his family had so much money. I mean, I don't know. He couldn't pay for something, or like insurance or costs, take care of like some type of cost or something. The first time the pain came, she ignored it. Then it came a couple times a year, she ignored it. Then every couple months, then a couple times a month, then a couple times a week. At that point, by the time the tingling faded to numbness, the pain would start and the discomfort was constant. At that point, even going from the couch to the kitchen to make her own lunch became a major endeavor. She started with ibuprofen until her stomach aches and acid reflux made her switch to acetaminophen. Then the headaches and barely sleeping made her switch to ibuprofen. Back to ibuprofen. The doctor first said it was psychosomatic. Nothing was wrong. She needed to relax, de-stress, and sleep more. The second doctor said it was a compressed nerve in her spine. She needed back surgery. It would cost $108,000. Recovery would be 6 months minimum before she could walk again, 12 months for full potential recovery, and she would never lift more than 10 pounds of weight again. The third doctor performed a nerve conduction study, electromyography, MRI, and blood test. Each test cost $800 to $1,200. She hit the $6,000 deductible for her UnitedHealthcare plan. In October, then the doctor went on vacation, and my mother wasn't able to resume tests until her deductible was reset. Tests showed severe neuropathy. Anyway, even after, let's say, a reset, she would still have to pay another $6,000, and then they should cover the rest. I mean, unless they don't cover the surgery. If the story is even true, I don't know. The test showed severe neuropathy. The surgery was $180,000. Surgery would have no effect. They prescribed opioids for pain. At first, the pain relief was worth the price of constant mental fog and constipation. It does cause that. She didn't tell me about that until later. All I remember is we took a trip for the first time in years when she drove me to the Monterey to go to the aquarium. I saw an otter in real life swimming on its back. We left at 7 a.m., listened to Green Day on the 4-hour car ride. Over time, the opioids stopped working. They made her more sensitive to pain, and she felt withdrawal symptoms after just 2 or 3 hours. Then gabapentin. By now, the pain was so bad she couldn't exercise, which compounded the weight gain from the slowed metabolic rate and hormonal shifts, and it barely helped the pain and made her so fatigued she would go an entire day without getting out of bed. Then the corticosteroids, which didn't work. The pain was so bad I would hear my mother wake up in the night screaming in pain. I would run into the room, asking her if she's okay. Eventually, I stopped getting up. She yelled out in anguish, shrieks of wordless pain, while the word fuck stretched and distended to its limits. I turn over and go back to sleep. Janine says it's probably from chronic back pain that he can't get an erection. I mean, crippling pain, especially neurological pain, that'll make you mental and unable to get that. That makes sense. All of this while they bled us dry with follow-up appointment after follow-up appointment, specialist consultations, and more image scans. Each appointment was promised to be fully covered until the insurance claims were delayed and denied. Allopathic medicine did nothing to help my mother's suffering, yet it is the foundation of our entire society. My mother told me that on a good day, the nerve pain was like her legs were immersed in ice water. On a bad day, I felt like her legs were clamped in a machine shop vise, screwed down to where the cranks stopped turning, then crushed further until her ankle bones splintered and cracked to accommodate the tightening clamp. She had more bad days than good. My mother crawled to the bathroom on her hands and knees. I slept in the living room to create more distance from her cries. In the night, I still woke up and still went back to sleep. Back then, I thought there was nothing I could do. The high copays made consistent treatment impossible. New treatments were denied as not medically necessary. Old treatments didn't work and still put us out for thousands of dollars. UnitedHealthcare limited specialist consultations to twice a year. They were limited to twice a year. Then they refused to cover advanced imaging, which the specialist required for an appointment. Prior authorizations took weeks, then months. UnitedHealthcare constantly changed their claim filing procedure. They said my mother's doctor needed to fax his notes. The UnitedHealthcare said they did not save fax patient correspondence. It required a hard copy of the doctor's typed notes to be mailed. Then they said they never received the notes. They were unable to approve the claim until they received the filled notes. Yeah, that's crazy. If insurance really does that, like, we want to take your doctor's notes. Like, we got to check what your doctor's doing. Like, match it up. They promised covers and broke their word to my mother. Every delay, my anger surged. With every denial, I wanted to throw the doctor through the glass wall of their hospital waiting room. But it wasn't them. It wasn't the doctors, the receptionists, administrators, pharmacists, imaging technicians, or anyone we ever met. It was UnitedHealthcare. People are dying. Evil has become institutionalized. Corporations make billions of dollars off the pain and suffering and death and anguished cries in the night of millions of Americans. Last page. We entered into an agreement for healthcare with a legally binding contract that promised care commensurate with our insurance payments and medical needs. Then UnitedHealthcare changes the rules to suit their own profits. They think they make the rules. They think that because it's legal that no one can punish them. They think there's no one out there that will stop them. Now my chronic back pain wakes me up. Now my own chronic back pain wakes me up at night, screaming in pain. I sought out another type of healing that showed me the real antidote to what ails us. I bid my time, saving my last strength to strike my final blows. All extractors must be forced to swallow the bitter pain they deal out to millions. As our own chief executives, it's our obligation to make our own lives better. First and foremost, we must seek to improve our own circumstances and defend ourselves. As we do so, our actions have ripple effects that can improve the lives of others. Rules exist between two individuals in a network that covers the entire path. Some of these rules are written down. Some of these rules emerge from natural respect between two individuals. Some of these rules are defined as physical laws, like the properties of gravity, magnetism, and potential energy stored in the chemical bonds of potassium nitrate. No single document better encapsulates the belief that all people are equal in a fundamental worth and moral status and the frameworks of fostering collective well-being than the U.S. Constitution. Writing a rule down makes it into law. I don't give a F about the law. Law means nothing. What does matter is following the guidance of our own logic and what we learn from those before us to maximize our own well-being, which will then maximize the well-being of our loved ones and community. That's where UnitedHealthcare went wrong. They violated their contract with my mother, with me, with tens of millions of other Americans. This threat to my own health, my family's health, and the health of our country's people requires me to respond with an act of war. The end. So I don't know, man. People are saying it's fake. Some people believe it. Some people are saying it's fake. It was posted. I don't know. Someone was posted somewhere on the internet.
Yeah, first let's talk about the community reaction to all of this. As you can hear behind me, there is certainly some hostility to even the fact that media is covering this story. So you can see this leaf blower behind me has told us that he will not leave until we do. So we are definitely seeing some of the community members reacting.
Oh, so the community is pissed off that all this media is in the neighborhood. And so this guy, I guess, goes out there and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to play this thing. Y'all ain't going to be able to record. I ain't going to do nothing.
To even the fact that media is covering this story. So you can see this leaf blower behind me has told us that he will not leave until we do. So we are definitely seeing some of the community members reacting not happy that media is out here covering the story in general. Others have been murmuring. They're saddened by this news. This is students are making their way into the Gilman School here behind me. School starts right at 8 this morning. This says 26-year-old Luigi Mangione is now officially charged with second-degree murder in this high-profile killing. Remember, he was a student at this school, and now he is charged with murder in the brazen killing of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson, a crime at the center of a days-long manhunt as the world watched on, now with ties to our region. In fact, he is the cousin of Republican State Delegate Nino Mangione from Baltimore County. And take a look, Delegate Mangione now putting out this statement on the arrest, saying the Mangione family cannot comment on the news reports about Luigi, and they only know what they have read in the media. The statement goes on to say, quote, "Our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest. We offer prayers to the family of Brian Thompson, and we ask people to pray for all involved." Meanwhile,
damn, is this for real? Somebody mentioned this the other day. They're saying, we'll get back to this clip in a second. Move it to the end here. They're saying because there's so much love and support for Luigi that UnitedHealthcare CEO murder. GoFundMe shuts down all pro-Luigi campaigns. Also, GoFundMe went and shut it down. So they were making GoFundMes to help with maybe legal fees, maybe try to, I don't know if he's going to get a bail option. $2 million goal. They're going to have to use an alternative, right? There's alternative fundraisers. I don't think GoFundMe lets that kind of thing happen, I guess. I guess that's why they took it. Shortly after Luigi was apprehended, admirers of his began setting up GoFundMe pages to help the CEO murder suspect. But the company has officially shut down all campaigns. He has a lot of support. The women, the ladies love him. He's gonna, I mean, imagine his commissary funds. He's gonna be well taken care of while locked up. Hundreds and hundreds of letters probably gonna be sent to him if they can. What seems like mere minutes after his name and pictures were out there, twisted admirers of his began setting up several pages on the community funding site to help Luigi with his legal bills. However, as of Tuesday, every page has been pulled down. The company is telling us that sort of thing ain't gonna fly. A spokesperson with the company tells TMZ, GoFundMe's terms of service prohibit fundraisers for a legal defense of violent crimes. The fundraiser has been removed from our platform and all donors will be refunded. That said, new pages continue to pop up, and the company has to keep playing a game of whack-a-mole. Wow. There's definitely a large portion of the country that supports the cold-blooded murder of the UnitedHealthcare CEO due to their bitter hatred of the health insurance companies. Hence, the suspect, Luigi, has become a morbid folk hero. Mama, I'm in love with a criminal. Look at this merch. Free Luigi. Free Luigi. Wow. The bizarre admiration was stewing even before Luigi was apprehended, but it really took off after his capture. Mere minutes after the suspect was identified, internet sleuths found his socials. Admirers began posting Super Mario Bros. And Sopranos. It is not that big of a surprise that there's now merchandise celebrating the suspect, from shirts and cups, from Christmas ornaments to even toys, sex toys, to even a mock Time Person of the Year cover. Wow.
During a news conference Monday evening, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro condemned the violence, and police in New York City noting more than just weapons were found on Mangione when he was arrested.
Additionally, officers recovered a handwritten document that speaks to both his motivation and mindset.
I have no tolerance, nor should anyone, for one man using an illegal ghost gun to murder someone because he thinks his opinion matters most.
Now, while Mangione was arrested in Pennsylvania, his roots run deep in Maryland. In 2016, he graduated at the top of his class right here from the private all-boys Gilman School. And Luigi's grandparents, Nicholas and Mary, own multiple properties and businesses in Maryland.
Well off. Multiple businesses and properties. What happened? ¿Qué pasó?
They purchased and developed the Turf
Wow, look at
Valley
this.
Resort in 1978 and
What?
Hayfields Country Club in 1986. Nick Mangione played soccer for Loyola University, Maryland, and was inducted into the Hall of Fame. Mary Mangione served on several boards and was active in the Baltimore metro communities. And the Mangione family also own nursing homes and a
I did hear about that. I thought it was just one, but I guess they're saying it plurally.
news talk radio station as well. And
Even a
Taylor
radio
family
station?
also own nursing homes and a news talk radio station as well. And take a look at these photos here that we've obtained.
Damn, what the hell? Wow, it's like a long lineage here. Well, what is this? Is not all family. It's like a party of co-worker thing.
Showing Luigi with his family and in the Gilman School yearbook participating in school activities. But sources say he went off the grid in October and friends could not get in contact with him. Meanwhile, court documents reveal.
Oh, so it went off the grid in October. I thought they were saying like beginning of the year type of thing. So his mother reported him, I think, November 19.
During the arrest, when police asked Mangione if he had been to New York recently, he, quote, became quiet and started to shake. So
That's what I'm surprised that he started. I wonder why he was shaking. And the other thing people have been talking about is that they say that. Where's that picture? Oh, just use my thumbnail, I guess. People have been saying like they think this guy peed on himself, like urinated on himself at some point. Pants look like it's wet. I don't know. Maybe it's just darker, but people are saying maybe he urinated on himself.
as we give you another live look here outside of the Gilman School, coming up in our next half hour, we're going to dive into Luigi's time at this school. We're actually going to hear from a former classmate who recalls his time with Luigi at this school. We're going to have the community reaction, which, as you can see, has been hostile as of this morning. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
That guy, he's making sure he gets in front of like, they're not having it out there. I wanted to see this. This video looks like it's just dropped a new interview. Let me see if I can pull this up. Is this the interview? Oh, this guy. Let's see what he had to say.
I have a former high school classmate of Luigi Mangione, Freddie Leatherberry. Freddie, good morning to you. Thanks for hopping on with me.
Yeah, good morning. Great to see you. Thank you.
You have correct me if I'm wrong, but you've known Luigi since the 6th grade. He's now charged with murder this morning. What's it been like looking up and seeing his name and his face on your TV?
My life since about 1 Eastern yesterday has just been so surreal. It's been crazy to see our school everywhere in such a negative national light and really just tough on a lot of people.
One of the first questions I thought about, when I knew I was going to have you on the show, have you been following this story for the last week, seeing this surveillance video and saying to yourself, I know who that guy is. I know those eyebrows. I know those eyes.
I had been following the story just like a lot of people have, but nothing connected to me when I saw the surveillance footage. And that's so impressive to me that the McDonald's worker, of all people, who had never seen this person in his life, picked him out of a crowd, basically.
Last night they were saying that I think when the reporter asked, it was actually a customer supposedly that had noticed this guy and that it was like strange. And then the customer went and told the employee and the employee called. So who should get the money? Who gets the reward money?
And said, I know that guy. He's the wanted guy. That to me is crazy, but I had never really drawn that connection. Now, after seeing the name applied and seeing the pictures again, I definitely do see that, though.
Yeah, that McDonald's worker and witness putting to play the whole see something, say something phrase. The two of you went to a really small all-boys school. Were you friends back then? And what kind of person do you know him to be?
We were friendly. We weren't in the same social circles, but we were quite friendly with each other. We shared a couple classes. He was everything that you could want in a high school student. He was so driven and smart and athletic, friendly, sociable. It doesn't seem thinkable that this is the same person.
Yeah, and he was high school class valedictorian, right? I mean, Ivy League grad, engineering degree. So there's nothing about him that you remember that says, okay, I can kind of see that. Nothing.
No, and I don't remember him being political at all. You could just have a conversation with him, and you really couldn't pick out either direction which way he would lean politically. It just so goes against everything that I knew about Luigi.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to join.
Yeah, I saw this hash brown picture. He looks so different to me in that picture. The picture where this guy's eating a hash brown. I wonder, to me, it almost looks like from his old pictures to newer, like he started to decline. Like his health, his physical look and features. I guess we can do, let me see.
And handwritten, 2.5 pages, condemn the healthcare system.
So they're saying the thing is 2.5 pages.
The document specifically mentioned UnitedHealthcare, the insurance giant. He also, as you said before, one of the quotes was they called them parasites. He saw the document, he says, I do apologize for the strife and trauma. You think? As I killed.
Are they all referencing the document we just read? That's what it seems like. I think, right?
The father of your family and your husband. I apologize for that. But it's clear there was one person who was a high school valedictorian, went to UPenn, and it seems to be a different person now.
Yeah, something changed. You can listen to his speech when he was a valedictorian, at that prep school in Maryland. And he's talking all about how the class there in 2016 wanted to get out there into the world and make a big difference. And now you look at, he had a bright future. His family had posted about that. He was very intelligent in the classroom. And now with this, he's looking, to spend the rest of his life behind bars.
Well, and people are starting to do a deep dive on his online profile. And I believe it was the Wall Street Journal looked at the reviews he wrote on books he had read. And among other things, he gave a book about the Unabomber's manifesto 4 stars. And we don't know exactly why, if this guy is the guy right now. He is.
Making my holy F, contacting ex-boyfriend. He worked at Turf Valley Golf Club and lived right behind it. Really?
He's still the alleged shooter. But it is interesting when you start to look at his online stuff, his X account, formerly known as Twitter, features what looks like an X-ray of somebody who's gone through.
Wait, we got something going on? Oh, we got something going on, guys. An exterior view of the Blair County Courthouse in Pennsylvania, where Luigi, a suspect of interest in the killing of executive, is expecting an extradition hearing. Okay. So let me put this up on another screen so we have a live view of that. Yeah, put it on the side for you guys.
Not one picture comes up on the internet. Not one. Not on the police website, not their Facebook page.
I thought on their website, I think it's outdated.
Oh, what's up, Grandma now? Grandma now.
Or just like a, hey, we give out Thanksgiving turkeys, like a picture. No, when I reverse image searched him, nothing came up. And Googled his name, nothing.
Through spinal surgery.
That's right.
And, people who've known him say that back pain affected all parts of his life. Guy's 26 years old. Was he just kicked off his parents' health insurance? Is that why, if he's the guy who did it, is that why this person wrote deny, delay, depose on those bullets? there are a lot of clues. We just haven't figured them all out unless it's the obvious one.
Yeah, and he had also written on social media and in some of these other things in the manifesto about how he's in severe pain. He used to be a really good soccer player, some of his friends had said, in high school, and he was very active when he lived in Hawaii. He was always hiking and doing all these things, and then he kept talking about how his back hurt so bad from whatever had happened to him. I don't know what type of injury, and how the hospital, it wasn't the doctor's fault, he kept saying, but they would deny his claims.
The insurance company.
Yeah, the insurance company. So we're going to have to see, what happened here. But I think it's so disturbing that so many people, like you guys mentioned, are cheering on the gunman and saying that he did a job that needed to be done.
I'm worried about that. And as someone that I cover crime, you've covered crime for years. It's not only that there are people that are celebrating this guy, but it's also his plight. People being upset with the healthcare industry. The fact that people almost find him sympathetic, even if you start to get deeper, and if this allegation about the back pain being so much painful that led him to this.
The trigger.
I'm concerned that the jury, there's someone in there that can relate, that will let a guy like this off. I've never seen anything like this before.
I know. And then as the investigation continues, yesterday, we saw so many divers out there in Central Park. They were searching for any evidence they could find, like the other backpack that had Monopoly money in it. So that could come into play in a courtroom. And then also the backpack he had with him in El Tuna, that backpack had a weapon in it. They don't know if that's a specific weapon, I'm told, that was used in the shooting.
Right.
So did he print multiple guns? Did he have other possible possible victims that could have been coming? We don't know.
It's hard to even believe that you can do that. So he lived in the Surfbreak co-living community in Honolulu.
Oh, yeah, that's right there, Surfbreak.
Residents there said that he did have chronic back pain. Here is one of his roommates. I don't know if this is a college roommate or someone from Hawaii. College roommate?
Hawaii.
Damn, Jam Cracker said, enjoy that prison mattress, Luigi. You loser. Oh, man. No, Cobalt. Yeah, Cobalt says, do you have any info on his biological father? No, and I haven't heard any talk about his dad. I mean, besides them owning all these businesses. They're about to, I guess they're going to do an extradition hearing. I doubt we're going to get to see it. I guess not, probably, but they're outside live.
The governor says such. He's not a hero. He's a coward.
Oh, shit.
Hawaii. All right, listen to this.
Unfathomable, knowing the kind, person that I saw and knew. I remember he said he had a back issue and he was hoping to get stronger in Hawaii. It also weighed on him that he knew that there was an impending surgery.
So we're wondering, is that what caused him to snap? Was he in so much pain? But now he's going to be sleeping on a bed in a prison. The pain's going to be worse.
That's right.
I know. Oh, imagine that bed for your back. Right? I don't think it's gonna be like inside streamed. I think we have a live view of the outside. They need to get like a live tweeter. You know how they, for like the Diddy thing, there's like a live reporter inside tweeting and updating us? That would be dope if they did that. I used to have this futon, man, for a while, a couple of years ago, that I was like sleeping on. Man, that thing did a number on my back. Oh my god, I couldn't. It was an uncomfortable futon. Oh, no.
So you feel pretty sure the back entrance is it? Okay, interesting.
He's friends.
Well, I have never been here before yesterday.
It's worth getting yourself a decent bed. It doesn't have to be anything crazy.
We found mochi ice cream. We found mochi ice cream.
Mango baby.
Luigi friend's TikTok, she posted a
And I was about to be at the front, but first mom was like, no, come on back. But he actually lied to me and said we have no other entrances. Oh my. Wow, that is
Let me just tell you
This is an update. We found mochi ice cream. We found mochi ice cream.
Mango baby.
I talked to you yesterday.
You did talk to me yesterday. You got a good shot. I checked it out last night. Yep.
So you think he's coming in this way, yeah?
I can't tell you that.
Okay, thank you.
He's the one that told you. Oh, no.
They let him wash his hair, somebody said. You think he washed his hair?
No, he actually is like,
It's the new mugshot.
Guys, listen. If for some reason there would be a cruiser coming up this alley, I'm gonna need you guys to A, stand clear.
So we might get a visual of him too.
Back into this spot, so I don't want anybody hit or anybody obstructing that flow. Okay? So that's where we're at.
where's the like line we gotta stay behind?
Well, I would say you're in the middle of the thoroughfare right here, so I would back it up a little bit.
We need the money shot. Come on.
Yeah, you can't obstruct the roadway either. Okay?
In your estimation, would that be on the right-hand side or the left hand side?
What's that?
Would he be on the left hand?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Walk you far away.
That way everyone gets a little long shot.
Everybody wants a picture, right? $1 million picture. Yeah, walk people
All right, we'll keep listening for updates and stuff in the meantime.
They have him in a holding cell. He's going to be possibly, in federal lockup. If you look at the charges that could come from printing a gun, I don't know what kind of facility he'll be in. But yeah, he's going to have big problems here down the road. And you got to wonder, too, did anybody recognize those pictures? How did a guy at McDonald's in Altoona say, hey, I think I've seen that man? And the family did not, according to investigators.
Alexis, our stage manager, Chris, said, why not first degree, which is capital murder? It was premeditated, judging by the manifesto. Do we expect more charges at some point today? Or do you think they're going to stay in the second degree?
I think it could change. I think those were just, the ones they could get him on now, and then they could always update. They just wanted to make sure they had a really tight case. They don't want it to get to court, possibly, and then have this thing flip. So they just charged him with that for now. But also the question is, did he really want to get this specific CEO, or was he looking for anybody that was coming in and out that day?
Sure. And the thing about ghost guns,
Luigi considered the slaying of the CEO Brian Thompson as a symbolic takedown of the UnitedHealthcare over perceived corruption, according to a confidential assessment of the crime by the NYPD Intelligence Bureau. Luigi allegedly described himself as the first to face UnitedHealthcare with such brutal honesty. The assessment is based on, in part, on the suspect's writings. Let's see if they have any more information on the article. Luigi appeared to view the targeted killing as symbolic and a direct challenge to its alleged corruption and power games. The assessment said, according to the source, Luigi described himself as the first to face UnitedHealthcare with such brutal honesty. The assessment is based in part of the suspect's writings. Luigi had written admissions about the crime with him. Damn. Luigi expressed disdain for corporate America and indicated he's frustrated with the healthcare system in the United States. Specifically, he states how we are the number one most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet the life expectancy of an American is ranked 42 in the world. So he's the real deal. He wanted to take it to this company. He hates them. Corporate greed. Whether Luigi has a personal connection to UnitedHealthcare is unknown, NYPD Commissioner Jessica said, but the writings mention UnitedHealthcare by name. Law enforcement sources told ABC. The sources described handwritings as sloppy and included these quotes. These parasites had it coming. I do apologize for any strife and trauma, but it had to be done. Okay. Interesting.
Did your best friend just kick you out of your parking space? I don't know. Maybe he's lying. I don't know. The guy that was working on his car last night seemed okay with it. Either he didn't do it, or he's the one that has the other one.
So you're saying there's a chance there could be a tow truck coming up at the same time as that?
I doubt it.
Luna police said they're facing threats after the arrest. The police department is getting threats? What? Wow. Wow. Ain't that bad?
After a national manhunt and afternoon, Altoona police released Luigi Mangione. Leanna Wells is live for us and joins us now. Leanna, police just wrapped up a very brief impromptu news conference a short time ago. What can you tell us?
So yeah, since the police department is getting threats after arresting Luigi. Police say they're now being threatened along with locals involved in the arrest. So these people for Luigi, they're die hard. Wow. Wow. These people kind of taking it a little bit too far. No, what do you think? The police department getting threats. Well, a ride or die, man. Wow. They're gonna need like a high detail around this guy.
This is my vehicle, but that's not him. The one after it?
I heard some people saying too they were really upset with the McDonald's worker, employee. Derek Swope said that they are investigating threats made against the department and local people who were involved in the arrest. Oh, is that it? Hold on, we got a van here.
You all need to move so he can park that van. This is not who you're looking for.
This is not who you're looking for? Yeah, it's a court hearing at 1:30. Oh, they're back now.
This kid is absolutely no hero. His family is worth hundreds of millions. He had no health care issues after his injury. He ate too many psychedelics. He's no hero.
Too many psychedelics.
This is tight here, and whenever we ask you to move, it's not hard understanding. We're a long way. Cooperate with everybody doing what they're doing. Thank you. That van is supposed to be over here for a reason, for safety. Thank you. Thank you.
He's pissed. I want to see real quick what this guy said when he was walking by. He's happy. He's smiling. Oh, shit, I got attention? Let's see.
Appreciate everybody moving
When I lose my mind, I promise to give you a shout out.
Yo.
Seriously.
All right.
I'm trying to be smart with you all.
Yeah, pissed. Went inside. Okay. So he hasn't arrived yet, I guess. The cops are pissed with the media, telling them to back off, get away. But everybody wants to see what's going on, man. Island Thrifts. When I lose my mind, I promise to give you a shout out. Thank you for the 10. Yeah, shout me out, man, if you're ever in the news. Take him out. What's this here? Oh, Neil Johnson. Thank you for the super chat. Neil says, thank you for the 10. This kid is absolutely no hero. His family is worth hundreds of millions. Multiple businesses, living the life. Maybe he's just a spoiled little brat that wasn't satisfied with everything he had and turned his back on his parents. Maybe he's just one of them kids, man. You know, one of them kids that you offer everything and they still go on the straight path. Stray their path in life. Maybe he went to find himself and explore himself. And in the process, injured himself. And all the health and physical and, you know, advocating for no adult videos and human interactions. And seemed like a really healthy guy as far as in shape. Best shape in his life. Then he has this back injury. And all those physical things and relationships for him go down the drain. Maybe it was the schools. He had too many psychedelics, he's no hero. So they're saying the cops are getting threats. This yeah, that's wild. Here we go.
This is clearly a very polarized case. You know, we have received some threats against our officers in building here. We've started investigating some threats against some citizens in our community. We're taking all those threats seriously and doing all the follow-up we can with those.
Swope says there are plans for an extradition hearing, but they didn't give us any.
And those TikTokers, they ride hard. They're throwing down for this guy. They're about that life. All right, in the meantime, I'll keep checking what else we got.
It's one of the, the classics. No, I don't think we're going to use it. The problem is, you argue, am I the one that's actually late, or you guys just started wasting your time?
We were really wasting our time. But
Maybe mine. Time well spent.
Just hurrying and
When all this guy's done, guess who doesn't have to
Maybe his father is a greedy corporate figure and he has a strained relationship with him.
Maybe. I wonder. Incels, they stick together. I don't know, man. I wonder, because I was like, okay, can you even classify this guy as an incel? You know, good-looking guy, healthy. But the thing is, maybe he became an incel, right? Is that possible? Can you become that after his back issues happened and he couldn't date anymore, and he said he couldn't have physical intimacy, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if I could label him incel. He just seems to be maybe more one of those revolutionaries or one of those fight the system, fight the government, anarchist, Antifa. Maybe like Antifa. Somebody said incels are not good looking. Well, there was that one guy that was decent looking. That California, was it California? That YouTuber that went on a killing spree, and he was always complaining he can't get women and all this stuff. What's that YouTuber? Incel. Forgot that guy's name. Here's one of his. He was kind of weird though. The YouTuber guy. This guy. Here he is.
I follow you for a couple of years. Been in the brushes. You do amazing work.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that's really nice of you there, Rue. Oh my God. Gracias. Thank you so much for the 50. Elliot Rogers. Yes, thank you guys. Incel King. Elliot Rogers. This guy was always complaining that he can't get this woman, can't get that woman.
Acts of violence. Jack Davison is not alone in his incel-motivated terror. In fact, at least 8 mass murders, resulting in a total of 61 deaths, have been committed since 2014 by men who have either self-identified as incels or who had mentioned incel-related names and writings in their private writings or internet postings. Although Jake Davison is the most recent example, incel-related acts of Elliot Roger in 2014.
Hi, Elliot Roger here. Well, this is my last video.
Before he killed 5 people using both a gun and knives, injured 2 others, and fatally shot himself, he recorded this final YouTube video, claiming the act of violence he would soon commit was retribution.
Tomorrow is the day of retribution. The day in which I will have my revenge against humanity, against all of you.
Yeah.
For the last 8 years of my life, ever since I've hit puberty, I've been forced to endure an existence of loneliness, rejection, and unfulfilled desires, all because girls have never been attracted to me. It's not fair. You girls have never been attracted to me. I don't know why you girls aren't attracted to me, but I will punish you all for it.
Yo.
It's an injustice, a crime, because I don't know what you don't see in me. I'm the perfect guy. And yet you throw yourselves at all these obnoxious men, instead of me, the supreme gentleman.
Okay, all right. I'll spare you guys. But that guy's a legend. Not legend. Maybe infamous is the right word. Maybe a legend amongst the incels, but yeah, I definitely don't have that vibe with this guy, Luigi. But I just wanted to show you the example. I think, man, like, I don't know. There's definitely this corporate thing. Oh my God, Rue. Thank you. Hey! Killing in the chat. I think that I think the drugs. I mean the him taking psychedelics. But I believe he truly feels what he feels too about the corporation and the healthcare and all this stuff. But I think maybe the drugs exacerbated it, and maybe his back pain. And I'm curious to know the family history. Even though he's so, like, his family's so well off, his family's not rich. It's wealthy. They're basically wealthy status, is what it seems like. I'm surprised to see guys like get so crazy about that. Like, oh, she doesn't love me. She won't accept me. Why do you not date me? Why? I'm normal. I'm fine. I don't understand what's going on. Like, bro, chill. And especially when you're young, man, you go hit the gym, get some focus on you, exercise. You know, work on a job or something, some type of, you know, education or certificate or tech thing, whatever. I don't understand why. Oh. Well, I'm gonna get retribution now, and you're gonna pay for it. Damn, bro. Crazy. And there's a whole community of the incel. They have online forums and all this stuff. There's a lot. Yo, Tigress, check this out. This is kind of funny. Because I posted the mugshot, and she goes, new mugshots of Luigi. I said, better quality. And she said, reminds me of this. Kramer. How dare you? By the way, for the people that, if you just joined, he's having some type of extradition hearing this afternoon. And no, we're not going to, I guess we're not going to be seeing the inside. You're on the outside. I don't even know if he's arrived yet. Hoping to see if we can get a glimpse of Luigi. Let's see what's going on. He's going to be taken well care of. He has a huge fan base. They were trying to raise money through GoFundMe, but GoFundMe shut it down. His books are going to be taken care of, his commissary. And it's going to be really interesting when it goes to trial. So here's something that people keep mentioning, too. I forgot to say this. People keep talking about jury nullification. Have you heard of that? I never heard of it until this situation. And the AI says jury nullification is when a jury in a criminal trial returns a not guilty verdict, even though they believe the defendant is guilty. Jurors may nullify a verdict for a number of reasons, including they believe the law is unjust, they believe the prosecutor misapplied the law, they believe the punishment is too harsh, they have frustrations with the criminal justice system, they have prejudices.
His family owns Lorien Health Services. THEY owns 7 nursing homes with bad reviews. Look at the Vino Mom on TikTok.
Ooh, bad reviews.
We need you guys seriously. We need you to keep back those so you don't have clips.
Okay, he's coming out, I think. They're coming out or coming in. Look at all the cops they got there now. They've been getting death threats. Should make this a little bit bigger. Are you ready? I'm ready. A little bit bigger. It's go time. Thank you so much, bro. Oh, man. Wow. What the? Oh, my gosh. 20 memberships gifted. I didn't even see that. I just saw it now. What? I think you need to get the song. Holy crap. Let's see if this works. Wait, I don't want to miss the money. These people, though, first. I'll do it after this. I think the car's coming now. Oh, my God. Rue. I said Ro. Rue. Yeah, we're overdue for members live, too. It's been a while.
Down.
Oh, back up. That is completely out of touch. And an insult to the intelligence of the American people and its lived experience.
some milk.
Hold up. We got to take that back, guys. Holy moly. Hold on.
Down.
Oh my God! That's completely out of touch and an insult to the intelligence of the American people and the lived experience.
Oh! Somebody! Oh! He needs some milk.
Oh my God, he's so courageous. I'm so hot. Wow, that boy snap. What did he say?
You have a live view fleet? No. Okay. Then? Here. You go to the street, walk down about a block and a half. That's where my car will be.
Perfect. Okay.
There's the 2 live views, I think both in the trunk.
Okay. Do you want me to take your card?
Yes.
You're gonna have to come up with a nickname for you, bro.
Take that, and then, yeah, I guess just wait.
You guys hear what he said? Something about the injustice or something? Let me see what somebody said here. An insult to the intelligence of the American people.
While you're doing that, this is my bag.
Oh,
so
damn.
watch it. I'm gonna go, man.
That was crazy.
Yeah, we're looking to feed that back. Really, gonna
Down.
Yes.
That courageous now.
Oh my God! That's completely out of touch.
Oh, sorry. That's completely out of touch. Yeah.
Yes. No.
And an insult to the intelligence is completely out of touch. Oh my God!
Well, I had heard earlier today, I don't know if it's a rumor or not, if he's going to actually go back to Huntington or if they're going to house him right down the street here.
That was interesting, man. This is, ooh, so he's like a modern day, I don't know. Still fighting. Fight. Maybe that's what it was. Yo, Ruth, thank you so much for all the memberships. We're going to have an End of Times members live stream. Oh my God, I think there's 80 memberships. Holy moly. Let's do something just special for you. Here you go. Hold on. Oh, never mind. I fucked it up. Fucked it up. Let me try again. Hold on. Here we go. No, I can't do it. I don't know what's wrong. One more time. There we go. Hopefully it's not too loud. It's loud, right? All right, that's Taylor Swift's cousin, supposedly, allegedly. Damn, I might have to. We'll see. I'm gonna figure something out. We can do a little fun, members. What I'll do is I'll schedule it ahead of time. We slow the chat a little bit too. I know the chat's moving fast. Okay, I was told. Let me slow it down a little bit. I need you. Okay, that's slow. Wow, dude, that's crazy. Thank you so much. I think it's 100 memberships. Thank you, Water Bottles. Thank you for the 5 memberships, too. I appreciate the love. Yo, this guy is going to go down in history. post this on Facebook too. Man, Luigi gave us something to look forward to. Okay, he threw down. I'm not going down without a fight. Because last night, he didn't say anything. He was kind of quiet. They took him in. Today, maybe he's had a little bit of a change of heart. Or just maybe, I don't know, he's become more emboldened. That was crazy, dude. Want to get that for the thumbnail. Trying to capture that image. Tupac, modern day Tupac. This is something really interesting for our time. Somebody that murdered somebody and by some is being hailed as a hero by a lot of people. Good screenshot of that. Perfect. All right, so now he's having an extradition hearing, and I don't know if he's going to try to fight her or not. I don't see why he would. Just let them take you. Yes. That was wild, wild, wild. I'm glad we didn't miss that, man. Ruth, thank you so much. Holy moly. Really made it rain. Ether Rich. Got the K9, baby. What a day, man. What a day. This will definitely be an interesting trial, even though whenever it happens, even though they're not going to stream. New York doesn't, I don't think they stream trials over there. But even if they have a reporter, it might be worth it. I don't know, like live tweeting. I wonder if these people are allowed to tweet from inside, if they have any reporters in there or anything. Jeez. Let's do that. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to update a new thing here. Oh, I just got an idea too.
They're going to open up the door and throw them in. So, you didn't get it before. I did, but I'll get it again better. No, you won't. You're not going to have the best one. Okay. So if he comes out that door and gets in the back seat on the far side, what are you going to see there?
They want to make sure they get the shot.
Yeah. So he's got to shoot over the door. And I mean, that's the spot. But that won't be for a while, right? Shouldn't be too long, but still. You know how that goes. Well, it shouldn't be too long in, yeah, I had a fedora on. He said he's from around here.
All right, let me see what you guys are saying. Lowen Health Services said he had worked for a month as an IT technician in 2015, and before that had done community service as a volunteer. Snappy says. Yeah, man. Well, let me do this to add a little good idea.
No, somebody sent me that. I don't even get mad when people repurpose my shit anymore for that. Like, for that kind of thing. I'm like, ah, fuck it. You know, it's just the way it goes. All right, we got a feeder. Okay, that was good.
No, you don't have to move. I'm just asking.
What the hell's going on? Oh shit! Somebody's snapping. Another lady.
He's making it worse.
And she's also just an unhappy person.
You don't have to be in front of my fucking property.
Ooh, somebody snap it.
I'm not embarrassed by any means. Well, I'm not. You may not know who the fuck I am, because I'm not embarrassed by anything. Apparently not. I'm not.
Got a Karen out there.
Go up there further. Get this stuff up. Like, this stuff here is on my property.
Call the police.
Okay. You want me
Oh,
to?
police.
Yeah, good.
No.
The media don't care. They're savage
Why are
too.
you guys doing this? Like, calm it down. Don't escalate it.
You went to the classes. They don't work. The classes don't.
Is she a Karen or is she right?
They'll show up and they'll tell
If they're really on her property, then I guess she has that right.
No, you're not.
These people were.
Wow, let them
I'm not the problem here.
Does someone just want to grab those sticks? I'm connected to my. Just grab them, pull them onto the street in that bag. Sorry, I'm attached. I would just go grab it.
And they're all telling me, no, I'm not doing it. Okay, I'll call the cops.
Okay, if you didn't disrespect her, you
Should call the cops. The cops are right there, though.
public right of way. The right of way. He's standing. He's allowed to do it. Don't tell him.
Why people like he is like this? 5 minutes.
You know, if this is the best part of her day, then
I know about this.
Like I had to be like, you guys get shot? I got a great video. Horrible photos.
Well, I got some put a bump on me.
Thanks to my editors are like,
There's no reason
kick ass video.
I'm trying to help everyone out.
Like, this is ridiculous.
What's your name?
Like, who cares?
We've met. I'm sure we've met. Are you out in New York? Yeah. What's your last name? Okay. I used to work with him. I think. That's fucking great. Oh, that's good.
It's really super loose. You don't want to know how loose this is.
Well, no, I have to do the shot too, but
Everybody's getting crazy, man. So antsy.
Did you just hear that?
Yeah, he was.
Both can be true at the same time.
Now we're being these men?
Yeah.
Oh, Judge, you just missed a lot.
What? They could pay her if they really are on her property. A lot of times they'll pay. They'll pay. I've seen these people pay. Oh, can we stake out over here? Stand over here. Usually it's like an overnight thing, but there's some people that make a lot of money. These people staking out on their property. But the guy's saying they're on the street, public street.
But it's just like it's disrespectful.
Video guys are like a dime a dozen, right? Well,
and they feel so proud of you.
I filed. Got the pictures.
It's great. I didn't really get anything good.
Really? Well, I watched Gary. He walked around the house, so I just went out and grabbed him.
Said, I don't give a shit about the killer. Something like that. Like, well, apparently a lot of people do.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he chooses to do on his hearing.
Oh, by the way, I'm glad that Forbes broke this down, this Among Us stuff. It was so ridiculous. A new article titled Extremely Ironic, the UnitedHealthcare CEO Slang played a video game
But he doesn't have to wait.
friend recalls. And the article describes the experience as a group of Ivy League gamers who played as assassins. And describes the game where players are secretly assigned to be killers in space who perform other tasks while trying to avoid the suspicion from other players. What they left out is the coverage is that it's just a cartoony game. Literally, that's all it is. Like this little, being so dramatic. Overwhelmingly a comedic game. Murders there look like this. They're trying to make it seem like this guy received training from playing Among Us. I'm so glad Forbes went and cleaned it up because I was like, this is ridiculous the way they titled this shit. They're always trying to put something on video games.
there's no reason to call the pregnant police because if anything, that's us escorted off the property. Why would you want that? I'm trying to tell us, not parents.
A lot. A lot of money. Especially if I let him.
This is why I drink.
Huh?
This is why I drink.
I stopped.
What's the line? I picked a bad week to quit doing drugs. What movie was that from?
I don't
Airplane.
I don't understand.
Airplane, right?
You know, the reason to do this.
To do what? This job?
You know, to keep us out.
Oh, I see the reference point they were making though.
Well, they can leave.
It is a little. So I'll give him this because one of the friends was saying that it's ironic that we used to play this game where you're trying to figure out who the killer is among us, and that we really had a killer among us. You know what I mean? Like, okay, that's that part there. That's interesting. I guess I didn't look at it like that. But as far as like him getting his like assassin skills, or they were playing like whatever. That,
like I saw it, I was like, I hate everything about myself right now.
that is kind of trippy when you think.
Don't say that.
It was the best one of the whole night.
Well, I didn't really get a good one here, so you guys got me.
I got 0 photos here. For this one, just 0. But I got a great video. Some editors were like,
Okay, so somebody here on Twitter said,
it's not like the vast.
I'm going to turn on the volume a little bit, guys, or we want to hear the back. I can turn it down a little bit. It's too much. If they start fighting again, I'll turn it back up. You can hear it lightly. It doesn't need to be so loud. Somebody said here, the Luigi, the Unibrow CEO killer, thought he would get away with it. He's a spoilt rich kid who broke his back, suffered pain and impotence, blamed bad healthcare, then took his anger out on a CEO, portraying his selfish rage as a virtuous anger. He's no hero. Not that handsome and kind of short, if you ask me. Might be hating, though. He might be hating. Better hope that's not that lady's car. That lady's gonna be pissed. I never played that game, Cold. I've always wanted to try. I heard it's fun. I know it's really popular. Imagine if this lady comes out with like some type of loud something noise or starts playing music outside. Daniel Penny.
Hey, be careful. The lady over there doesn't want
It's free.
put stuff on it, sticks on her property.
Neither does this guy, so.
Yeah.
I think you're okay if you're on this one. She's calming down.
So what they're saying about this is, I mean, we've been saying this. He's here for an extradition hearing. When being escorted inside, he yelled something about the injustice in the system. Hearing should begin shortly. That was 20 minutes ago. I should fix that. All right. Let's see what updates besides being inside here. Suspect Luigi yells as he arrives for his court hearing. An insult to the intelligence. An insult to the intelligence of American people. I wonder if this will... Imagine this creates more like copycats.
Yeah, totally. Thank you. This guy over here also speaks.
So Luigi has been charged with 1 count of second-degree murder, 2 counts of second-degree criminal possession of a weapon, 1 count of second-degree possession of a forged document, and 1 count of third-degree criminal possession of a weapon. Ghost guns.
No, you're in my shop.
Now I'm in your shop?
I'm just doing bump shot.
Former FBI Director Andrew McCabe claimed that Luigi carrying his gun around the time of his detainment is akin to saying I did it. I still can't believe this guy kept the gun all those days on him. He carried that gun on his person. That's basically like putting a sign in your pocket saying I did it.
You posted it on my TikTok. Oh, hey, man. How are you? It's good to see you. It's a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. I posted the video on the TikTok. It's already got like 700 views. Like in like 15 minutes. Some person's like, he was framed. So already the conspiracy theorists are jumping in. It's hard to be framed.
Luigi likely views himself as a hero, according to a police report.
And the manifesto.
An internal New York Police Department report obtained by the New York Times analysis parts Luigi's 3-page manifesto. It's 3 pages, which was in his possession upon his arrest. I think he does view himself as a hero. And there's a lot of people that think and feel he is. And I think he's maybe getting more comfortable in that role, especially after what we just saw, the screaming that he just did, and they had to like grab him, and he was almost like pinned against the wall, and then they, scooted him inside. One of my friends and I thought he was kidding when the shooter who made the arrest came in. He, my friend, made a comment, well, that looks like the shooter from New York. But the group of us thought it was more of a joke, and we were kidding about it, but then it turned out it was him.
It's actually going to create parking problems and all sorts of things. People are going to try to save money in other ways.
Okay, interesting. I should start looking into Reddit too. I haven't really checked what Reddit has to say about all this. Sometimes you can find some gems in there. one such quote from Kurt Vonnegut Jr. Slaughterhouse 5 that Luigi liked reads, America is the wealthiest nation on earth, but its people are mainly poor, and poor Americans are urged to hate themselves. To quote the American humorist Ken Hubbard, it ain't no disgrace to be poor, but it might as well be. It is, in fact, a crime for an American to be poor. Even though America is a nation of poor, every other nation has folk traditions of men who were poor, but extremely wise and virtuous, and therefore more estimable than anyone with power and gold. No such tales are told by the American poor. They mock themselves and glorify their betters. The meanest eating or drinking establishment owned by a man who is himself poor is very likely to have a sign on its wall asking the cruel question, if you're so smart, why aren't you rich? There will also be an American flag no larger than a child's hand, glued to a lollipop stick and flying from the cashier register. Americans, like human beings everywhere, believe many things that are obviously untrue. Their most destructive untruth is that it is very easy for an American to make money. They will not acknowledge how, in fact, hard money is to come by, and therefore there's those who have no money, blame themselves. This inward blame has been a treasure for the rich and powerful, who have had to do less for their poor, publicly and privately, than any other ruling class, says Napoleonic Times. Many novelties have come from America. The most startling of these, a thing without precedent, is a mass of undignified poor. They do not love one another because they do not love themselves. Damn. So, let's see. An extradition hearing, a court determines whether to extradite a person accused of crime in another jurisdiction by evaluating the requesting state has presented sufficient evidence to establish probable cause that the individual is a fugitive named in the warrant, essentially deciding if the person should be sent to the requesting state. So, definitely, I'm sure that's going to go through. He'll be sent over to New York. I'm so curious, though, to see what the jury outcome is going to... Oh, my chat went bad. The jury outcome is going to be. I'm so curious what happens, especially with that whole, what do they call that? Jury nullification. Can I do that in New York? Let's see. New York. I think if Luigi gets one or two people or whatever on that jury that likes him, they can just make it difficult. Jury nullification. All right, let's see what's going on in the world of Twitter. Okay, I got a backup feed, which is always good in case. Man was spotted. Oh.
A little bit like a joke because we thought, my one friend thought he looked like the shooter. He had a mask and a hood and a backpack. From what my buddy told me, he saw him better than I did, actually. I think the one worker that actually...
I don't know if you guys have heard, too, there's been all this talk about this mysterious drones in New Jersey. I haven't really followed the story, but apparently they're having a Congress hearing about households hearing on the drones. Wow. Sherlock, what's up, man? How's the audio? Is the audio good? I'm feeling like adjusting the audio a little bit. I feel like there's a little too much suppression going on. I want to loosen it up a little bit. Not going to do it on stream, but... Jukebox, thank you for the 5, says, no matter how estranged parents usually are usually there. Where are his? Silenced. The family released a statement. It was very bare bones, though.
No matter how estranged parents usually are there. Where are his? Silence.
I don't. Go XLR. I use Focusrite, the newest one, and I really like it. I also have an SS2 or SSL2. There's something that I do when I get. I've thought about getting. There's something called Twinkle Tits was telling me about this. This dude has a Rodecaster all-in-one production. I thought about getting this. I'm gonna show you. How sweet is that? Oh. Oh, the Go XLR, I think it does like audio adjusting for you, right? So it doesn't, I've heard of Go XLR. Love Jewish people. Hey, how you doing? Let me see what they're saying on Twitter. Damn, the hashtag's going on right now. It says hashtag Luigi Mangione. Mangione is a hero. Luigi, our hero. Hashtag Luigi is an angel. Hashtag Luigi. We love you. Man, oh, you know, I should check out TikTok too. I know TikTok, they were enraged. Really upset.
Apparently, he said, completely unjust and an insult to the intelligence of the American people's lived experiences. Check for yourself to see if you hear the same.
Thank you. I can play it again. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you for the 5, and thank you, Konami64. Play it again. I knew Konami sounded it.
Yo, thanks for the stream. Have a great day.
Nintendo. Konami released several games for Nintendo 64. Oh, again, I never played the game. Let's see the audio.
It's completely out of touch. And it's insult to the intelligence of the American people and its lived experience.
Express?
That's completely out of touch. And it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people and its lived experience. That's completely out of touch. And it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people and its lived experience.
All right, let me check out the dark world of TikTok. Ugh.
You think a valedictorian Ivy League graduate goes through all of the precision of all of that and then just happens to be walking around days later with all of the incriminating evidence on him inside a McDonald's? Absolutely not. This guy is 14 steps ahead of all of us. You know what he did? What kind of like wealth gap is there between a McDonald's employee and like their CEO, for example? I think he took all of the incriminating evidence on him, went up to the employee, told him who he was, and said, call the FBI on me, turn me in. So then that employee now gets to collect the cash reward on him.
What?
He did it on purpose. No guy is that smart, valedictorian Ivy League graduate, and then that sloppy. It was on purpose. And that's also why on his YouTube, it says, if you're seeing this video, I'm already in custody. And then it gives us the date for when more information is going to come out. He did it on purpose.
Well, oh, here we go. This is kind of interesting. All right, let me flip the screens around a little bit. Hold on, so I can kind of show you on the side what I'm. I don't know what that sound is. Oh, that's them. Okay. Maybe somebody eating lunch.
The suspect involved in the UnitedHealthcare CEO case may have had spine surgery.
And while I was recording this video, this news article was released, which did confirm that his friend stated he had surgery.
Looking at his Twitter, he has this x-ray in place, which shows screws into his L5 and S1 vertebrae. That's the one he posted, and this is what it's supposed to look like. Now, we need better x-rays to evaluate the true placement of these screws because this is not the most ideal placement of this hardware into this patient's spine. Now, the x-ray that he posted may have been taken at an oblique angle, but ideally what you want to see is that the two screws per level line up perfectly, so it looks like there's only one screw in each vertebrae. The reason why he may have had spine surgery could be related due to spinal instability. This instability could lead to spondylolisthesis, which means that one vertebrae could be pushed forward on top of the other vertebra. As spine surgeons, in order to fix this, we would have to put two screws at the level above, two screws at the level below, and then reorient the vertebrae so that they line up on top of each other, just like this. And the idea is that by putting in these screws and these metal rods in the back, you would stabilize the spine and prevent this pathological movement and ideally reduce pain. He also had a book list which included this book called Crooked, Outwitting the Back Pain Industry and Getting Back on the Road of Recovery. There was also this other book called Back Mechanic. Now, spine surgery is like any other surgery. If the indications are correct and the surgery is done properly, then the results are usually ideal. But not every patient responds the same to spine surgery. The suspect involved in the United...
That's interesting.
Our team spoke this morning with somebody who was at the McDonald's when this all went down. Here's what he had to say.
The guy came in the door.
Luigi Mangione is a child of wealth who was radicalized by intense back pain. Pain so severe that he did not think he could live a normal life with it. I did a deep dive into Luigi's life on my Substack. It seems that the critical moment was in 2022. He was living in Hawaii then at a co-living space, and the people who were with him there say he was lovely, he was brilliant, he was a leader, he was a big part of their book club. They also watched him grapple with a very serious back issue that left him laying in bed for a week, writhing in traumatic pain. He had back surgery, but his pain and his anger at the healthcare industry only multiplied. He's a kid from one of the wealthiest families in Maryland. His grandfather got rich in part by owning a lot of elder care centers, which means that he got a lot of money from insurance companies. This year, for about the last 6 months, he has been completely off the grid, not talking to anyone, friends, family. There's lots of messages
he said it was just
on
a
different
stain.
social...
I didn't pee my pants.
That is really good. Imagine this guy screaming something like that. It's not true. It's not true what they said. It's just a stain, man. I didn't pee myself.
Social media with friends saying, hey, where are you? Your family's looking for you. Haven't heard from you. Are you coming to my wedding like you said you would? Where are you? What's going on? On November 18th, his mother reported him as missing. It seems like a time of depression and fugue and dealing with trauma. He emerges from this 6 months of not talking to anyone in his life, like going to New York. He recently read J.D. Vance's Hillbilly Elegies.
He did.
He read 2 books about Elon Musk.
I don't know about that.
Loves Tucker Carlson. I think this guy is Trumpy. He's officially unaffiliated with any political party. He was caught with $8,000 in cash, in U.S. cash, and $2,000 in cash in a foreign currency, and a sleeve that prevents a cell phone from transmitting data. So he was trying to get out of here. He was trying to get to another country for sure. Check out my whole deep dive on his life on my Substack. Luigi.
Yeah, interesting, very interesting. A family from money and wealth and benefited from insurance companies, seems like. Wow. I am. Luigi apparently too, like I said this morning, I had heard about this, I found an article. He's alleging that cops might have planted critical key evidence. They planted the evidence on him. The Ivy League graduate arrested on suspicion took issue with 2 of the prosecutor's claims during the first court appearance. Prosecutors believe he gunned down Brian outside of the investors' New York City last week. During his court appearance, the judge read a full complaint out loud to Luigi. Prosecutors argued that Luigi was carrying about $10,000 in cash, and his bag was a Faraday bag that blocked cell phone signals, all proof that he was a sophisticated criminal who should be held without bail. Apparently, Luigi said, I'd like to correct 2 things. Mangione said after the prosecutor finished, I don't know where any of that money came from. I'm not sure if it was planted. And also, the bag was waterproof, so I don't know about criminal sophistication. Prosecutor said he was carrying about $8,000 in U.S. cash, 2004 in currency. And Luigi also said Luigi didn't say anything about the gun or the silencer. Okay, I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Let's run.
Hey, I was had trout today. We didn't even have trout. What about that? They give me a DUI quarter. I was supposed to have trout. They keep me trout. All right, thank you.
Just watching with my wife. Thanks for doing what you do, bud. Merry Christmas to you and yours.
Yeah, it's in there. Like the one looks like. I forget the name. Here. Let me see. They're very cute. They're very cute. I feel like earlier season, the door open and everyone was like, whoops.
Don't say that.
Okay. Good. All right, all right. We're still waiting. Oh, Colin, thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. Just watching with my wife. Thanks for doing what you're doing. Thanks for doing what you do, bud. Merry Christmas. Merry
Thank
Christmas
you for
to you
the
too.
stream.
Thank you to you and the wife. We appreciate that. Banner Pokemon numbers and significance. Oh yeah. Somebody just tweeted too. Captain Trish says, "Okay, hear me out. Monopoly money in bag, caught at McDonald's in Pennsylvania. Penn Railroad is on the Monopoly board. McDonald's ran a rigged Monopoly game in the 90s, like millions. McDonald's, the brand, was stolen from founders by a greedy salesman.
So I was trying to put my finger on why the healthcare hitman's particular brand of political violence has been widely accepted and embraced and cheered when generally people say any sort of political violence invalidates your movement. I had to write a whole Substack on it, deep dive time. Came up with 3 reasons why I think political violence might be accepted if it is. Number 1, it's perceived as a good cause. Number 2, the perpetrator of the violence is relatable. And number 3, the victim is unequivocally hateable. You need all 3. Everyone's angry at the evil healthcare system. Mangione seems relatable and charismatic. And the man he killed is super easy to hate. In the piece, I look for other examples of political violence that we as a society accept and other examples of things that we don't accept and why. But I also want to talk about the idea that political violence is always wrong. Some people try to say political violence doesn't work, and I think they don't understand that it works quite well when it comes from oppressors. In the 1800s and 1900s, there was a group that went through the South spreading fear about white supremacy. Let's call them the JJJ. They were constantly engaging in political violence, and for their time, they were extremely successful. Political violence from oppressed people quite often doesn't work as far as changing everything because it's very hard for oppressed people to change everything. The problem is not the method, the problem is that it's hard to get out of being oppressed. But political violence from the dominant group is quite often successful. I would love for people to never again say political violence is always wrong, because that is an insane position. If you time traveled back to say...
Somebody commented and said, didn't you have a weird case a couple of years ago? What happened to that guy?
Okay, on a serious note, like, I am so tired of people saying that we live in, like, the wrong generation. Like, no. Like, we have 0-calorie pre-workouts. We have vapes. We have wax pens. Like, we have memes. We can endlessly scroll and just, like, enjoy life.
No way this guy did it. He was at my house putting up Christmas lights and had 2 forms of government identification on him.
My husband, which is Luigi Mangione, has been eating a lot of McDonald's lately, so I decided to celebrate his Italian heritage and make a pasta puttanesca. I simmered together some tomatoes, onions, spices, Kalamata olives, and then pureed and added some flaked tuna. I then served it with pasta, a little bit of grated Parmesan, and this was really sad.
Okay, we're just waiting on Luigi. Thank you so much again, Colin. Appreciate that. And Pete, thank you for the stream. Okay, let's see what else I can find. Let me check official updates first. Damn, that's a crazy picture. Wow, check this out. Oh my god. A high quality picture. Look at that, grabbing him by the neck. Look at the look in his eyes. Wow. Mm. What's a better picture? See the anger in his eyes, man. What a picture. Okay. I'm updating the thumbnail, but I think we should look at it again, too. Just want to make sure we don't miss the it comes out. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, man. Yeah, for a couple hours. I mean, yesterday we were on, I feel like almost all day. I think we did 2-3 hour streams yesterday.
Oh, yeah. What else? You can put a show.
That's wild to me, too, that the police station's getting threats. You gotta be pretty ballsy to, like, threaten the police station. Alright, so the attorney they're saying Luigi has is Thomas M. Dickey. He says he's representing him. And the lawyer's based in Altoona. He declined to comment further as he walked into the courtroom for the extradition. So that's just his attorney for now. I'm sure he's going to get another one. Damn. So a former landlord. Let's see. Oh, it's the same guy. Okay, it's the same information. They're just saying it wasn't possible for him to date or be intimate. That's gotta suck. Oh, another angle. Take a look at this, guys. Another picture. High quality pictures are coming in. Wow, look at that face. Mama's love. Man, look. Wow. The anger. Frustration. Woo. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. No, mommy top mom. Just an ugly ass caveman. I feel like I feel like he's deteriorated a little bit. I don't know. Whatever was going on in the last couple months. Oh, but he's very pissed. Very pissed. Super angry.
Merry Christmas, Mel. You're the best. Thanks for all you do, Christmas tree, dear heart hands.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I still didn't do the Christmas emojis. I need some new ones, though. Thank you so much, Karen. Gracias. I don't know why the super... Are they popping up on the screen? Oh, they are popping up. I thought it wasn't. Yeah, let's see what else we can find. Pictures coming in. He's trying to say, or he's inclining that the evidence was planted, the cash and stuff.
I'm Brazilian by birth, and I saw the Brazilians take 7 by the drum. In Brazil, and I said, I'm not, until they beat the Germans by 7, I will be rooting for them again. In the US, I don't root for anything because I covered it, so to cover it, different violence. It's like being I don't take something. What's your name? Nice to look, guys.
So he's fighting extradition, Luigi, and it's saying that he was denied bail. Denied bail during a court appearance Tuesday. Pennsylvania court has given him 14 days to file writ of habeas corpus, and a hearing will be scheduled if he does. Luigi will be staying at the Huntingdon State Correctional Institution in Pennsylvania. Prosecutors have 30 days to obtain. What is habeas corpus?
Keep pushing them over. Push down and over. Do not go on private property, please.
They're coming. Lily said somebody didn't get their Happy Meal this morning. And I got quiet. What happened? Okay. Oh, that's it. KP says habeas corpus right to a speedy trial and due process. Luigi's last meal. That whole That food inside is probably going to do a number on him too, since he's so into health and fitness. Oof, he starts getting those platters.
This has more historical. Minutes?
10 minutes.
Courtesy, it would be a little bit. Talking with a lawyer, I can't give you time.
Thank you.
You mean like multiple hours?
Tom Dickey? Tom Dickey? Wow, it's going to be a while.
Tom Dickey, the attorney.
Bye-bye, dinner tonight. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sheriff,
She said it's going to be a little
while. You know, living the dream.
I figured I'd save you getting soaked for a little bit. I'm going to tell you to probably at least, probably at least 45
So,
minutes.
Sheriff, I have a question, Sheriff. The press conference is happening now?
King GNN.
Not anything I was privy to. I had this.
Thank you.
Are we allowed to stand under the...
You can? We can stand
A little
over
bit.
there.
Are we allowed to stand?
I was 20 years ago in college, so I am not.
Okay, well, we'll move
right
on from
person
that. Yeah. So I guess, you know what it is interesting to think about, though, is when we were wondering about who would have done this, there was a debate. Was this a professional? Was it not? Was this a contract killing? Was this not? And the fact that you had a defendant, a suspect, presuming it's him, leave behind so many materials, I mean, to me, Heather, it suggested a sloppiness to this. Would you agree?
Well, I feel like depending on the criminal that you're looking at or the suspect, sometimes you want to be found, you want to be heard, and you want people to know your reasoning behind different things. But I think the sophistication behind simple things like the Faraday bag. And I have read and heard like, oh, it was used because it's waterproof or it's fireproof. And you can buy those on Amazon. But a Faraday bag is to prevent signals.
Why is he
from
looking
digital
mad though
media
in
from
pics?
going out.
Did he think he would get away free?
Thank you, blue-eyed female. I don't know, I guess he's mad at the system.
So almost to protect your privacy
Not smiling.
and keep things hidden. So there's so many little parts like that that just may show the sophistication of the suspect.
We have a question from Adrian Ferguson on YouTube. I wonder if someone inside UnitedHealthcare is involved and helped Luigi. Well, to be clear, there's no evidence to suggest that, although we do raise the question, of course, is how did he know exactly Brian Thompson's movements? And that's another question that we had from Nellie Okulin on YouTube. How did he know this person will be there at this time exactly? It's very fair questions. And, you know, the digital evidence tells so much of a story, and particularly for young people, right? A 26-year-old probably I mean, I might be making an assumption here, but particularly young people in general, I act like I'm 90 years old. I'm saying like young people. But basically, so much of their digital footprint tells so much of the story, right?
We leave it all behind. And think about if you're booking travel, if you're even researching something and I tell you, Jesse, meet me at this place, how are you getting there? When did you book it? How did you know? So I think all of those things will really pinpoint a lot of the questions that everyone's asking and curious about.
We have a great question from Justin Church on YouTube. Jesse, I've been hearing a lot about jury nullification. If this went to trial, how likely is this? That is a great question. So let me backtrack that a little bit. As I said at the beginning, I was actually surprised that a Good Samaritan came forward and called law enforcement to say that they believe the suspected shooter was in McDonald's because of this outpouring of support that we have seen for the...
By the way, guess what's happening at 3? The sentencing for the Oprah Redden Judge Jumper attempted murder trial. It's the guy that tried to jump on a judge. Remember, he, like hopped over the thing, I think. Look at this guy.
Mr. Almasi is here now.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. All right, this is on for the continuation of Mr. Redden's sentencing. When we were last here, arguments were concluded and the court had begun to pronounce sentence when an incident occurred, an incident initiated by Mr. Redden, preventing the court from completing sentencing. That is the sole purpose for today's hearing. Any other issues that may arise from the events that occurred last Wednesday will be handled at a future date by a different court.
The shooting of Brian Thompson. And since Luigi Mangione's arrest, there have been people online who've come forward and expressing their support for him, not thinking that he's innocent, not thinking he didn't do it, but knowing that he did it, or believing that he did it, and praising him for doing it, because there has been such an intense backlash against the health insurance industry. And I've said, you know, look, you can have your criticisms of the industry. The health insurance has ruined a lot of people's lives. But what we can't do is engage in assassinations to change policy. Putting that issue to the side, when you're dealing with something like health insurance that affects so many people across this country, this becomes a national issue. So in terms of finding a fair and impartial jury, this is not necessarily something that a change of venue would cure. Trying to get to the jurors that either A, didn't know about this case, didn't express an opinion about this case online is one difficulty, but also trying to find jurors that, you know, weren't negatively affected by the health insurance industry might be tough. And particularly trying to root out stealth jurors that want to get on that jury and maybe try to protect Luigi Mangione. Yeah. I think it is a real issue, a serious issue, because I will tell you, the one thing that wasn't on my bingo card was the amount of public support that you see for the shooting of Brian Thompson. I did not expect that. So trying, you know, for prosecutors to find a fair and impartial jury could be tough, and we will see where this goes. But also, look, you know, we're not at that stage yet. We're still at the beginning part of this, and we'll see how this ultimately progresses. Let's go to Everest on YouTube. Was Luigi interrogated, and did he say his motive? You know, I think there's mixed reporting on what he, the conversation that he had with law enforcement, and I don't believe that even if he had expressed his motive, law enforcement would have revealed it as of yet, Heather. I don't know if you heard something different.
I have not, other than the Faraday and him explaining why he had it, because he thought it was a waterproof bag. But I agree, I don't think law enforcement should or will release any verbal comms that are happening at this point.
Still an investigation, still an active investigation to try to figure out what happened here. We have a question from Sally Rose on YouTube that was trying to avoid detection.
All right. So we're waiting, hanging out, waiting for him to come out of here. Extradition hearing. Luigi. His fans and supporters are sending love and thoughts to him. Luigi Crave account? Oh, sorry. My God, so loud. Luigi denied bail. Oh, he's pissed. They're saying Luigi's a sex symbol. Some people are dubbing him as. Maybe he'll be named on GQ. Shot.
There. I heard that we got some new, like, mugshot style pictures of this guy. Is there any way that you could toss those in the box for me? That would be
Starbucks and relaxing in a coffee shop.
Yeah.
So that's a bit unusual.
You don't see anybody just, writing an essay while drinking McFlurry? Well, clearly you haven't lived your life. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. Before we do, I just want to let everybody know, Kaylee N. has a good question on YouTube. Didn't they also find a backpack in a park? They did. So they were, as we know, the suspect went from a bike into Central Park, came out without a backpack. They were searching for the backpack. They end up finding it, and inside is a Tommy Hilfiger, I think, jacket or sweatshirt, and Monopoly money. Very, very curious, and not exactly sure what that means. It may be a way
left an era where they would literally lock you in prison if you questioned where the COVID virus came from, when it obviously was valedictorian, right? Ivy League school, master's degree, computer sciences, video game and app development. Guy's smart person. He was caught at a McDonald's eating a hash brown in Pennsylvania.
Sometimes it be like that, man, slipping.
I don't get it. We got, obviously the mugshots here right now, and we have people asking questions about unibrows, right? And here's a photo of the shooter. Here's Luigi Mangione, and people saying it's not the right guy. It's not the correct person. It's not the right guy. I mean, it's very strange. It's very strange. You obviously saw Luigi Mangione being the guy who committed the most brazen on-camera assassination in my lifetime, right? I guess the Zapruder film, I guess that's the only other, JFK getting shot, that's the only other thing that could possibly be as brazen when he killed the UnitedHealthcare CEO.
I know, Patty Cakes. I probably would take some pretty serious precautions too. Patty Cakes said, I'd be scared if I was the person who called it in. Imagine how many people would probably want to go after them. Yeah. Not only were the cops threatened, but they said that there were some local residents too. I don't know what residents. I wouldn't be surprised. You know how the internet is, how crazy they are. If people go and do some research and start looking into this person, they really might feel some kind of way. Yeah. Keep the money. I'm just kidding. I'd take the money.
Brian Thompson. Brian Thompson was under federal investigation. Cui bono? Who benefits from having Brian Thompson gone? He was about to be deposed. Again, he'd been deposed by the feds. The UnitedHealthcare is the biggest healthcare operation in the country, directly tied to Obamacare. It is literally government healthcare organ, and they deny coverage. They're obviously a company that has a lot of enemies, a lot of people that don't like them. Never, ever an excuse or a rationale for violence. Obviously, a lot of people we don't like in America never advocate violence against any of them. However, some of those enemies are inside the government. You gotta ask questions. I mean, Brian Thompson's on the record talking about how he was working directly with Nancy Pelosi. This is the UnitedHealthcare CEO. This guy had some very powerful enemies. He defrauded people from hundreds of millions of dollars. He defrauded people. The DOJ was investigating. They had been indicted. So, anyway, I'm going to wait. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to wait until until we castigate and castrate like Luigi Mangione. I want to hear what he has to say, and what he's saying right now is that they're planting evidence on me. What the hell's going on? Okay, so apparently Luigi Mangione was caught with a firearm and a silencer and a bunch of fake IDs. Seems pretty guilty, right? We saw that it was a suppressor on a handgun suppressor that killed Brian Thompson. But he says that the cops planted critical evidence on my person. This is what he's saying in court. 26-year-old is facing murder charge in connection with the shooting of Brian Thompson. Innocent until proven guilty. Innocent until proven guilty. Ivy League graduate arrested on suspicion of assassinating CEO. Charged with murder. Age criminal. Sophistication. Prosecutor said that he was carrying about $8,000 U.S. booking. I'm just saying, you're going to need to present the evidence here. People have a lot of questions. That's all. So this is the first time that he's the guy's out saying, wait a second, I didn't do this. His family is all supporting him online. The guy's very interesting. He has a very powerful family that comes from a hospital empire.
They got money.
Luigi
is going to get the best of the best, probably. Good lawyers, money, all the assistance money can buy. I wonder if they'll, once he gets, I guess he's in jail for now, but I wonder once he gets locked up, are they going to separate him? Well, I wonder if the bail was denied. I was going to say, I wonder if they'll give him bail, but yeah, it was denied. No getting out. Jojo, what's up?
Luigi Mangione comes from a wealthy Maryland family, knee-deep in the healthcare world, running hospitals, nursing homes, and slapping their names on high-risk units that they own. His late grandfather was a self-made millionaire who started off working and joined the Navy and built a fortune fixing lousy healthcare treatment facilities, building his own empire. His family's healthcare mission is noble. Their contributions, millions of dollars to Baltimore hospitals. But here's the twist. They also held shares in MetLife, a big-name health insurer. Luigi, allegedly carrying...
They also held shares in MetLife. Wow. Okay. Does he hate his parents? I know it was a little strange from them, but...
A note. Raging against the corporate greed is at the center of the healthcare CEO's murder and investigation. So here he is getting booked. But very there's no one who can deny that he's a very bright kid. Is there a... This is something that we talked about when we first saw this. You know, in his ex-header, you know, the kid had a X-ray of pins in his lower back. Apparently, he had a horrible lower back injury that led to chronic pain. Luigi Mangione, now charged with the killing.
I'll be right back. Let's see. Also, let me see what this guy's saying here.
Suspect was arrested and charged with felony criminal mischief and reckless endangerment, according to Moffitt. No injuries were reported from the incident. Put him up again.
So did they talk about the CEO?
Janine Pirro stopped Jesse Waters after he implied that the fate might be waiting for him in prison. Here it is.
The zip pocket is so crucial. Why someone had to use a long gun? And
keep it moving. That booty. Fleece Johnson. I can't believe that they're actually having a hearing on this drone thing. I mean, so they don't know is it actually drones, or they don't know where it's coming from? Is it aliens, or they're having a House hearing on drones flying in New Jersey? What the? I don't know if I should dive back into the world of TikTok.
So this guy is me.
Must. The world of TikTok. Everything there is to know about the family.
Let's dive into Luigi Mangione's background. The alleged unaliver of CEO Brian Thompson was from a very affluent and well-known family. His family is a prominent Maryland family, and this guy is a patriarch. This is Nicholas, Luigi's grandfather, a first-generation American who built a real estate empire. He owned a country club, radio stations, as well as a nursing home chain. This guy exemplifies the American dream, who was born to a poor family in Baltimore's Little Italy and worked his way up from the bottom. This is that sprawling country club that he owned. He and his wife had 10 children, and he passed away at the age of 83. He truly was self-made and left a crazy legacy of 37 grandchildren. His son, Louis Mangione,
This is how
is the
it's paid.
father of Luigi Mangione, the suspected unaliver of CEO Brian Thompson. Luigi grew up very comfortably. This is the home that he grew up in, and his father did pretty well for himself as well. He led the Mangione family enterprises. Luigi went to one of the most prominent high schools in the country, the Gilman School, and he was a valedictorian when he graduated in 2016. He went on to the University of Pennsylvania, Ivy League. The Mangione family did put out a statement today after the arrest. It said, quote, "We only know what we have read in the media. Our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest. We offer our prayers to the family of Brian Thompson, and we ask people to pray for all involved. We are devastated by this news." Ironically, the family has been a long-term supporter of healthcare in Baltimore.
Yeah.
They've
Yeah,
contributed
right.
more than $1 million to the Greater Baltimore Medical Center. Every member of the Mangione family has been delivered at the Greater Baltimore Medical Center. In fact, the hospital's high-risk OB unit bears the family's name, Mangione.
Wow.
Family Foundation
Dame's in the hospital too?
has also made a lot of philanthropic donations to healthcare charities, including St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, as well as the University of Maryland St. Joseph Medical Center. It will be very interesting to see what happened in Luigi's life that made him take this path that is so different from the rest of his family.
Drugs. I don't know.
They found the UHC assassin at McDonald's and somebody narked on him. And people are giving it bad reviews.
So a lot of people are upset with the McDonald's employee who called police and ultimately led to the arrest of Luigi Mangione. A lot of people also think it's convenient that Luigi had all these items on him, like the ghost gun and fake IDs that matched names he had used, and paperwork, manifesto, or whatever it was. Here's my hot take. What if he wanted to get caught? I think he wanted to get caught because his story doesn't get out there unless it does. And I'll take it a step further. There's a $60,000 cash reward for whoever finds him and turns him in. What if he walked into that McDonald's, saw an elderly employee who $60,000 would help a lot, went up to him and said, "Listen, I'm the one they're looking for in New York.
Somebody else is saying.
Go in there, call the police. I'm going to go sit down over here and just wait for them." I think there's a very good chance that that happened.
I don't believe that guy walked up and was like, "Hey, go ahead, call me in, report me." I think legit just got caught. I don't understand why he had all that stuff on him. Press conference. I don't think there's any press conference. Some people, you're probably looking at an old. There's some channels that just play old press conferences. They're not playing any press conference right now.
Coverage of the killing of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Luigi Mangione was just in court. This is the suspected shooter. He was in court in Altoona, Pennsylvania, where he's facing weapons charges and a forgery charge. Placeholder charges, because really what we're focusing on, what will the charges be in New York when the attempt will be to extradite him back to New York? Well, we just found out, it was just released to us, the felony arrest warrant was released in New York, and he is facing charges of murder in the second degree, weapons possession charges, and possession of a forged instrument in the second degree as well. We'll get into that in a little bit. But right now I want to bring
extradition. He made it sound basically like this is just going to delay things to get him back to New York. I think we were expecting that he would fight extradition, but it was interesting that he said Weeks did, that they still in Blair County intend to prosecute the charges they have, but they understand and have communicated to New York officials that their charges are going to take precedent in this.
It was interesting to see his response to Mangione deciding to fight extradition, essentially saying that this means more paperwork, more hoops to jump through. This case. Let's get some perspective now from our panel of experts. We have John Miller with us, Steve Moore, Joey Jackson. First to you, John, I wonder what you heard there that stands out to you from Peter Weeks, the DA in Blair County.
Not much, in that it was the explanation of a fairly routine process, which is
waiving extradition and going, or not waiving extradition and trying to slow down the process. So basically what he's saying is, New York has to get a governor's warrant. They have to, prove that they have the right person, that they have valid charges, that they have a case that they just come with a decision on a crime that would be a crime if it had been committed
to see that justice is brought in this case. Let's get some perspective now.
Our respective state level governments, and it's the state level governments that work with each other, execute the governor's warrant, which sometimes can take approximately 30 days plus or minus a little bit. I will say that those wheels have already started moving.
I found a YouTube link that has it.
In this case, so I'm hopeful we can get that accomplished quickly.
What is your timeline, best case scenario?
Well, I'm not going to, I'm hopeful we can accomplish it quicker than normal, but I'm not going to speak for the state of Pennsylvania or the state of New York in terms of how fast they turn that around, but I can say that both our office and the Manhattan District Attorney's Office are already in the process of working on that. I spoke with him last night. I'm not going to speak, just small talk.
Have you been contacted by any other counties in Pennsylvania for their investigations going on into his activities?
We've not talked to any other counties in Pennsylvania.
Would you say it's fair to say that the extradition will likely not happen this year, or do you think it's still coming up?
I'm not going to comment on that because it's the judge who's going to schedule the hearing, and we'll be ready for the hearing when the judge schedules it.
How did anyone even know that Luigi was the guy if the shooter wore a mask? Then suddenly they go after Luigi, saying that's the guy. And media promotes what they're told, doesn't mean he actually had that stuff.
I think what gave it away was the eyebrows. But not only that, I don't know if you saw, at the hostel, there was some girl flirting with him. She goes, "Let me see your face." And so he pulls it down and he smiles and everybody saw it, his face.
On top of her, because when she went down,
We certainly take threats towards anyone very seriously. Certainly, everyone has to do their job. I think the governor in his remarks addressed that very well last night. But even if we disagree with people, violence or threats are not the answer. And certainly, threatening the police or anyone just carrying out the duties of their job is not acceptable. I'm aware of allegations that we're investigating.
Do you think I can get around to the front going that way?
Yes. I'm not going to comment on pending investigations.
The reference in the hearing to something that happened in chambers, was that entirely about the defense attorney wanting private time to talk to the defendant, or was it, am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. No, it was a request by the defense attorney for there to be time for him to speak with his client, which is certainly not something that the district attorney's office would ever interfere with.
Here or in the SCI?
They were discussing with the judge where to accomplish that, and I'm not sure where that will occur.
By the way, they're saying, I saw one tweet, they're saying Syria is a mess. People are being dragged through the streets and beaten to death. And I can't show the clip, but they're literally, it looks like somebody's tied to the back of a car, and they're dragging this person on the floor and beating the hell out of them as they're being dragged. I don't know.
But certainly the defendant has a right to consult with his counsel, and we would never stand in the way of that. All right, thanks, guys.
Okay, that was really quick, little brief.
Thank you.
Thank you to the chat.
Thanks for the passcode. You're very welcome. I hope it helped.
In this case, Sierra Gillespie is live for us in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Thank you so much for coming on, reporting to us, and also being our eyes and ears in that courtroom, because unfortunately there are no cameras in Pennsylvania. It's the way it's been. I don't see it changing anytime soon, but Sierra Gillespie, thank you so much. Hopefully we'll get you on a little bit later.
Thanks, Jesse. Good talking to you.
Good talking to you. Okay, I want to bring back in my guests. By the way, we're going to take your questions. So if you have questions about the case, comments about the case, submit them on YouTube. We'll talk about.
Sierra got rid of the devil. Only got rid of the one devil. We need to have a new one take. Yeah, it's going to be really messy.
They're trying to get Tracy Walder back on, but we'll see if we can. But who we do also have is Philip Klein. Now, Philip Klein is a personal protection officer, a security analyst who actually protected Brian Thompson on 3 different occasions between 2005 and 2009. I'm thank you. Oh, so we have Tracy. I'm glad to have everybody here. Philip, I actually want to start with you. We haven't had a chance to talk. First of all, I'm so sorry for your loss. I mean, you lost, and with the loss of Brian Thompson, what was your reaction to finding out that news last week? Let's start there.
Well, we were on duty over in Houston, Texas on another sortie, and we were with a client. I was pulled out of the situation by one of my senior agents that advised me that a situation had gone down in New York City earlier that morning, and that it had been somebody that was affiliated with one of our clients. We protected him in Dallas, Texas 3 times between 2005 and 2009. We were hired by the oil company that he was coming to give a presentation to. I found him to be just a wonderful gentleman. He listened to what we told him to do. When you get into the bubble, it's important that the protectee listen to what we tell you to do and what not to do. And we found him engaging conversation. My personal feeling was a little bit of shock, and I think my first question was, well, where was his detail? And they advised me that he did not have a detail. So I was totally confused by that.
Can we talk about that? Can we talk about that? Why do you think he didn't have a detail? I mean, he's going to this investors conference in New York City. You know, yes, it's early in the morning, but any reason why he wouldn't have had a detail?
Well, let's look at him real quick. He makes $10 million a year. He sits on the biggest healthcare company in the United States, if not this continent or the world. So he should have had a detail. So it was one of 2 things. Either he shirked his detail or said, I'm going to New York, I can handle this, I don't need people around me, or his company didn't provide it. We have not heard that part of the story yet. So that's going to be a very, very, very important part of this whole schematic. Is that, you know, he did the right things. He stayed at a secondary hotel. That was about the only thing I think he did that was good. I did talk to a couple of friends of mine that are police officers up at New York PD, and they advised me that he did go out the night before to a couple of bars by himself. He did not have a detail up there. He did not have a detail around. The healthcare company did not call down there, a representative of the healthcare company, and the detail did not call and say, hey, look, we're coming to town. So it looks like he was going solo. Again, back to the question, how'd that happen? The answer is either he decided he didn't need security or they did not provide it for him. There's no other answer. So we'll find out in the next days, I'm sure, what that story is.
Philip, how readily available is an executive schedule? I posed this question to Tracy before. You know, there's one thing, public information, people probably knew. If you're taking Luigi Mangione as the person who did this, you probably knew when he was speaking and where he was speaking, but to know his movements, to know maybe what hotel he was at, to know that he'd be getting there early, how would somebody have that information about a high executive like that?
So again, it's one of two things. Either A, he got lucky. So let's take lucky first. He knew there was going to be a stockholders meeting. He knew he'd be giving a speech to the stockholders meeting. You could have gotten that online on their website, or you could have at least gone to the hotel and looked what the schedule was going to be for the next day, and then come back and then just be standing out there waiting for him to come. That's one. That's called the lucky shot. The other shot is that there's somebody that was feeding him with information that he's not a dumb man. He's a very bright man. He went to some Ivy League schools. He seems, to what I see of him so far and what I watched, I was kind of watching live here waiting for this hit. I was watching his hearing. I did hear the outburst. He seems like a person of means. It seems like he's a smart man, high intelligence, high IQ. I think maybe he felt that he had a calling or a cause, and that he was going to do the public good. Quite frankly, that tells me he's probably a little mentally off. I heard you guys talking about it. And I think he may be a little mentally off. But again, we'll have to play that out, as I'm sure any good defense lawyer would probably put him into a psychological
I wonder how Luigi would have felt if someone had killed his parent during his treatment at the nursing home they own. For such a wise guy, I don't think he thought this through.
Illustrate Life, thank you for the 10, and thank you for the 10 before we started the shrink too. Because I wonder how Luigi would have felt if someone had killed his parents during mistreatment at a nursing home they own. Such a wise guy, I don't think he thought this through. Interesting. And we got some new details too. Apparently he was out the night before, the CEO, out drinking. And no security, I don't know what. Oh shit, is it there?
Stay down. Hey, come on, guys. We just got here. Stay down.
Oh.
Squad car, guys. Back up. Get some space. Back up.
It's on. Oh.
Eduardo, it's a little sketchy. The neighbors all hate us.
Celebrity now. Chicken shot, yeah. Get in there, yeah. Hurry up.
You're either get hit by a car or you're going to
get off my lawn. Hurry up. Go.
I'm not sure it really is.
Oh, yeah, it'll go up.
I'm not sure it really is.
I bet he got 4 hours. Just walk in and No, you said no, man. I'm from New York. You know me.
You're going to raise that up on it? I'll probably go like this.
Well, I'm going to kind of shoot right through there. That's cool.
My hand will be so good.
Yeah, you're fine.
I expect Pulitzer
So how do you guys feel? And I got blocked and when we walked in.
Are you local?
You don't. I mean, how do you feel about the case?
I'd be getting ready for him to come out. Dustin.
Play that out, as I'm sure any good defense lawyer would probably put him into a psychological examination immediately. So we'll see what happens, but there's a lot of answers to questions that we have in the industry, because we need to know what he did, how he did it, how he planned it, and his mind thought, who he was. Because now we're a little bit worried about copycatters right now. We're all a little bit on edge. My phone won't quit ringing.
Yeah.
We took in 16 protectees over the last, 72 hours. And so we, and some of that is one-on-one. But what we worry about now is the copycatters. They see this guy raising his fist. They see the audience out there that are seemingly in support of this guy killing somebody.
Yep.
I mean, it's
Love it.
mind-boggling for guys
I
like
have any idea
us.
how much longer it might
But we've done what we.
You think what?
I think it's going to be a while.
Okay. Be a while. All right, well, get comfortable, kick up your feet, kick back. I don't know if you guys are laying down, driving, cooking, dancing, snorting, sucking. I'm just kidding.
We've told our clients scrub their faces off of the internet, shut down TikTok, shut down Facebook, shut down Instagram for you, your wife or husband, and your children. That's enough. None. And limit their movements. We're limiting our executives' movements. They can operate from home. That's fine if it's a fortified resident. If not, we'll move them to an area to which is an undisclosed area that they can operate out of, and it's nice and they can feel relaxed and comfortable. We've also told some of our longtime clients it might be okay to go ahead and pull the kids from school and let's go ahead and pack the car and let's go to grandma's house, or let's go to our second house, or let's go to a place that we know that our guys can set up a perimeter and be able to create some kind of peace and comfort for these families.
You know, I'm really glad you mentioned that, because as shocking as the killing was, it's equally as shocking as the reaction. And I think one of the worst things that could happen is if you actually see changes made at a corporate level or a congressional level because of this response. And I've said this before, that would be really a bad precedent to set.
It would be a horrible precedent to
really
send,
scary,
number one. Yeah. It would be a horrible precedent yet to send. But number two, most importantly, we have to ask ourselves this question. What's wrong with us in the United States of America that we're cheering on a killer? I mean, there's something wrong.
So
we're going to have to
that's a whole. I mean, again, that's a whole separate conversation. Again, about the idea of people have problems with the healthcare industry, the insurance industry. Absolutely, totally justified. But that doesn't. Yeah, and of course, but what it doesn't mean is that you can justify assassination and say, oh, this is what it takes for there to be change. That's a whole separate issue. I'll move on to that for a second. I want to actually go back to Heather on this. I think we lost Tracy's connection, so if we can't get her back, Tracy Walder, thank you so much for coming on. Wish we had more time with you, but I want to go to you, Heather, about something. So look, these images, right? These images are what could potentially have solved this case, particularly the image of who appears to be Luigi Mangione in that hostel smiling. Talk to me about what it's like to process these kind of images. Do you expect more images to be coming forward during the course of this case? Because this was a killing that took place in a large metropolitan city. There are cameras everywhere. What are you going to be looking out for? And also, again, when you think about the processing of these images, how important they are.
Facial similarity is a huge aspect here. Something else to consider is some of the cameras are really grainy, so we need good quality to be able to see jaw structure, facial structure, how far your eyes are apart. So all those similar details go in, but also mannerisms. How do you stand? What is your stature? How are your hands held? If there's any objects, if you can see a cell phone in his hand or the type of jacket and attire, all of that will come into play and will be examined in detail.
Can you enhance the image? Let me rephrase. If you take the image of that person smiling, can it be put through a process where it can be enhanced and you might have a more positive identification to, let's say, Luigi Mangione?
Well, with forensic software and honestly, even implementing AI, anything's possible. You just have to make sure you have a human validate all of the findings.
Gotcha. All right, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break. Philip Klein, thank you so much for coming on. And again, I'm so sorry for your loss. Really difficult situation for you and the family of Brian Thompson to be through, but thank you so much for coming on. Also, Heather Barnhart, really appreciate you coming on and your perspective. We're going to take a quick break. We have more guests that are coming on. We're going to continue this conversation. I see all of your questions coming in on YouTube. I'm going to answer it on the other side. Stay with us. We'll be right back right after this.
Basically, from framing and they fired every time. $12,000 a week. They will fight stuff that they agree with. And then, when you sign up for that, you also can
Let me see what's going on in the internet. So this could be a while. Stuck here waiting for some updates. Waiting just for a glimpse of Luigi in appearance. Tiny little smudge face for a couple of seconds. Will they carry him away?
So, it's good. Oh my god. It's not perfect, but why do we suggest if we decided that that's not going to be the real way, why would we use it? And if 32 out of the top 32 countries in the world
Manifesto.
it's like
I don't know, because I would think it'd be something kind of quick.
choose extra olives.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Hey, Dubs, thank you so much.
Hey, Luke.
Oh, shit. What a good day today.
Here we are. I mean, I gave the live.
They got to do.
What am I
Got to do the members live.
And I connected the live and the recorder. We were away from the camera when I turned on. I don't know what happened.
I'm good, Katrina, thank you.
Has she been trained how to use the live yet?
Oh, I did? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. Oh, Mo, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Thank you so much for the 5 memberships, too. Amazing. Sorry, I didn't miss that. You know, I'm an idiot, guys. I don't think I did.
I mean, yeah, I don't know why. Somebody's gonna have to call her in.
That's a hell of a mugshot. Just anger, rage against the machine.
I'm only one person.
FBO won't do what you tell me. FBO won't do what you tell me. FBO won't do what you tell me.
That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, so he's like, so I think my year-old kid has to have
Bizarre reason why McDonald's worker might not receive the reward. What? Hell no. Come on, man. The strict rules could mean the tipster might not even get a dime. Where's the article? We got an article.
I have all my earrings like that, but they're gonna shut it down at 5.
Bro. Tipster, after putting it all on the line for nothing, and now a bunch of pop fangirls and gays hate them. I'm just reading what this person wrote. Pop fangirls. Alright, hold on, let me see if I can find this article. Bizarre reason why McDonald's worker There we go. Found it. I mean, I'll read it. I don't want to block the screen. So, okay. The employee reported it to the police. The NYPD department offered $10,000, and then there was the FBI adding an additional $50,000 to the pot. The McDonald's workers said they saw Luigi at 9:15 a.m. acting suspiciously in the The tip-off from the employee is apparently crucial in the case, but the question mark remains if the worker will be able to cash in on the $60,000. The rules are complicated as they stipulate tipsters in with a chance of the FBI portion. The reward cannot nominate themselves. What? As they stipulate tipsters with a chance of the FBI portion of the reward cannot nominate themselves. This means the McDonald's worker will have to be put forward by an investigating agency such as the Department of Defense or the FBI, which is then reviewed by an Integra Agency Committee. If approved, the suggestion is passed on to the secret estate, who signs off on the final. What the hell, is that real? If that's not tough enough, the full reward could also be in dispute, as the payment amounts are based on factors from the value of information provided, the level of threat, and the severity of the danger or injury to people or property. The $10,000 is granted through Crime Stoppers, which is where tipsters receive a unique reference number. The number is crucial as the tipster has to use it. Somebody said that in the chat, I think yesterday, and I was like, really? Like, so if you don't call 911. Call the tipster line and wait on hold. The tipster has to use it, call back, or check the status of the investigation online before lodging a claim. But NYC Police Foundation and the Crime Stoppers Board of Directors will ultimately decide whether they approve the tip and instruct the caller how to receive it. So if the informant called 911 instead of Crime Stoppers, they might be able to make the claim. In both cases, the rewards will only be paid out if the arrest leads to an indictment or conviction in court.
Good job, America. Let's just show how greedy everyone really is. If they don't pay this reward, it will not be a good look.
I think there's gonna be a lot of pressure they to pay it. So the McDonald's employee could be waiting a while, even at the end of it all. Might not even get a dime. All the stipulations and reward seems to be a real incentive not to get involved. Almost like a bait and switch offer, somebody said. The kicker is the reward money is funded by tax dollars, so they're literally offering us back to our own money as an incentive. And that reward money, I guess, is you have to pay taxes on it, I guess, right? I need to get a longer charging cord. It's kind of annoying. This cord I have here is really short. I have to go in a second and grab it.
Looks scary. Every one of those prisons I've been into, it's not like the movies at all. They're basically, you're basically in this room and you just never see them. It's not like you're getting initiated into a thing. All that stuff.
Yeah, I guess you have to pay taxes too. They're gonna take a nice chunk out of that shit.
Did you hear that he acquired 196,000 Twitter followers?
Wait, Jewel Monkey, you have connections to the family? Don't call in? What's going on? We connections. What the? Thanks, JW.
Unless Trump pardons him. State jargon, right? No, you can't pardon him. Good point. I guess Trump can't be pardoned.
Oh, we're gonna get you one way or another. Luigi's former college classmate remembers him as a...
I was on that political...
Hello?
At least Trump can't. He said what? He also said gasoline. Maybe he'll deliver and we'll all be happy. I'm excited. Or AI will crash the
I heard he's also investing $100 billion in treasury money in Bitcoin. No, but I think it's amazing that we're having this conversation. This is like super dystopian. Well, I hope it is.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I thought Merry Christmas to me.
All right, I'm gonna be right back. I have to step downstairs. And I'll come right back up. I'm gonna keep letting this play. Don't miss it. I hope I don't miss it. I'll be right back.
Oh, wait. I did get that. It's like player 423. Thank you for reminding me.
It connects through here.
Only when I'm not with my no.
The Wi-Fi started to get real slow. I mean,
Maybe, I think definitely.
there was only 2 of us here.
Did you say all night?
No, but earlier this happened.
You're just chilling.
And everybody was
I wish I would.
You've been on this beat for a while.
This beat?
You recognize it. It's like,
is that the attorney for the guy?
Attorney Thomas.
Yeah, the people down there said he's like the most long-winded. He'll turn every opportunity to speak into soliloquy.
Outside.
I really would like to stand in that.
Oh, he said you could.
I was at McDonald's sitting now, and that kid over there goes, oh yeah, they have like a police paper on the table, and just go right in and take photos. So I go strolling in, you know. I did. And I went in and ordered a quarter pounder with cheese and sat and did my work. And then it was really interesting. Nobody would talk to me when I was ordering. I sat down. Everybody had something. Well, everybody wants to say something, but So then all these people were like, I was privy to all these conversations. If I was a writer,
When you think about those cheeseburgers, the only thing that matters is the pickles. Everything else is like just texture. Maybe the onion.
you know, I was in Eastern Europe and visiting McDonald's in like Romania. Nobody has I have a mind. He didn't have better than people are super easy that work there. They have cheesecake. You know, like real.
How many people did I lose?
You know, it was still the same.
1,000 people?
No, it's not the same.
The decibel that a gun, the amount of noise the gun makes to a certain amount. So in short, it's possible.
Like 700,
this has been at issue certainly with federal legislation.
He's stepping away? Let's get out of here. All right, hold on. Let's see what's going on. A lot out of breath. That's just out of shape. All right. So yeah, there was this former college classmate, and she had some nice, sweet things to say. Nice, shy guy who never gave off a creepy Unabomber vibe. Like a typically socially awkward engineer. Okay.
Our government sends billions of tax dollars to other countries, but if you have an emergency you can't afford yours all. Who really is at fault for this mess?
Who is it? Yeah. Who is? Oh, by the way, though, the White House denounces violence to combat any sort of corporate greed. This is unacceptable. You wouldn't want to mess with their corporate lobbyist interests for the White House. They took a hard stand.
None of this makes sense. What happened for him to snap? Why did he go after the guy? Did he do something wrong to this family or him?
Of economic advisors to further discuss the economic progress that we have.
Get to you today. Talk about the strong to be between.
They're represented in health research. To help close these gaps, President Biden called on. So let me just say at the top, offer up certainly our condolences to the victims and his loved ones. We are certainly tracking the latest regarding this deadly shooting. As you all know, local enforcement is leading the investigation, and the FBI certainly is supporting.
Oh yeah, I did show that. I showed that. Thank you, Alyssa. Appreciate that. Yeah, I showed it.
So we will know more as they complete their work, and we're going to give them the space to do just that. And we are grateful to law enforcement for apprehending the suspect, and we stand ready to provide further support if needed. And so while we're certainly not going to comment on the investigation, we condemn violence in the strongest term. And so I'm just going to be really careful here and not comment on this case as we do normally. It's not, it's our usual step forward as we talk about these types of situations. Obviously, this is horrific. Violence to combat any sort of corporate greed is unacceptable, and so that is as far as I'm going to go. I'm going to let the investigation move forward, and I'm not going to speak to any manifestos or anything that is coming out to this.
Let me follow. This administration has made price gouging a priority.
Right.
It's talked about junk fees. The president just outlined part of this in his economic speech. Are Americans treated fairly by their insurance companies?
Look, I think what I want to be careful, because this is indeed connected to this case, connected to
You can answer that question without speaking on the case.
this ongoing investigation. I do want to be mindful in what I say from here, and I'm going to let this open investigation continue and let the law enforcement do.
Nice way to dodge the question.
Their job. I think it's important that we give them the space to do that, and I don't want to speak to what has been said by this particular individual. Obviously, we are going to continue to condemn any form of violence that is unacceptable, and so that is as far as I can go from here, given that this is an ongoing investigation, and speaking to it would not be the right thing to do right now from this podium. at Karen.
A couple questions about drones. There have been repeated drone sightings in the Northeast, especially.
The drones. Who's behind the drones? What's going on?
A well-regarded, well-heeled, successful family, if that makes sense.
And did you ever hear about Luigi? Did you know anything about Luigi? Have you ever met Luigi? I mean, this is, again, I did a whole separate sidebar, the show that I host on this, and we broke everything we know about the Luigi and his family. This is a guy, Ivy League educated, highly intelligent. You know, he was a wrestler. He was interested in robotics, computer science. He got a master's and bachelor's degree, had a great job lined up. It just, some of this doesn't, I mean, a lot of this doesn't make sense, but is there any information you can shed about what we know about Luigi?
I never met Luigi. I knew his grandfather and his uncle and his cousin, Nino Mangione, the delegate. So I never got to know him, but I am surprised, shocked, because this is the furthest thing from what you would think when you think of the family.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. And you're right, he had every opportunity. He was the valedictorian at Gilman, which is an elite prep school. I went to what I think is the best local high school, but they would say the same about their school. And he went off to an Ivy League school, University of Pennsylvania, and really didn't have to worry about his means being taken care of. The family would do that. They were generous within their family, just like they were in the community. And it just doesn't make sense on so many levels.
Have you spoken to them? Have you reached out to them?
I have not. My knowledge of them and interactions with them were through the radio show. So I would see them at events related to the radio show and just sort of checking in on how I was doing with the show. But I've not spoken with them about this at all.
Tom, stand by. We're going to get more perspective on that in a minute. I want to get to more of your questions. So we have a question here that I think is, I don't have the answer for it. Kirk, hopefully you have the answer for it. It's a question from Michael Bahari. Do we have answers about the Monopoly money and Tommy Hilfiger jacket? That's what was found in the backpack that was located in Central Park that was presumably left by the shooter. Are the significance of these items understood? I can't make heads or tails of this. I don't know what to make of it. What do you take away from it?
No, we absolutely do not have answers beyond it. Tends to lend to some speculation that his intent
Healthcare
was
companies
to
are in a battle with the GVMT. The more regulations, the more doctors spend on admin, lawyers. Bureaucracy is the cause.
Thank you, Tom Shields. Apparently, court's adjourned.
How long do you think it might be?
But it says here the suspect entered the Blair County courtroom at 1:55 Eastern, shackled at the hands and feet, wearing an orange prison jumpsuit with DOC emblazoned on the back. His collar was disheveled. He was surrounded by about half a dozen uniformed officers. Once he sat down, Luigi unwrapped a piece of paper that he had with him. He sat for about 15 minutes until his attorney came in and quietly conferred with him. The judge entered at 2:20 p.m. This was earlier. Luigi only spoke twice, saying "I do" when sworn in, and "yes, sir" to the judge when he asked if he understood the right to contest the arrest. His attorney, Thomas Dickey, objected almost immediately to say that the warrant of arrest which he received didn't mention the words criminal homicide. District Attorney Peter Weeks said it does. Judge Dave Consiglo overruled the objection. Dickey then said he was challenging the extradition. Weeks ticked through what was found on Luigi when he was apprehended. He said it included a forged license. Is this it right here? Oh, it's not.
There's no reason for me to lie to you guys.
He's lying! Get it out! Boo! Boo! Oh, is that the real perp? He's changed. He looks different now.
You said it's not working now?
Well, not down there, but it's working. Hi, good to see you again. Good to see you.
That's the same guy. That's the decor, right?
Fire it up. Do you want me to hold that? Do you want to switch it to
Yeah,
tripod?
can you hold it for 1 second?
Sure, sure, sure. Tripod or no?
No.
That was him, yo. That's him.
I like the camera lens. And let's
The battery?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think if this guy would have trimmed his eyebrows or kind of cleaned it up or something, he might have got further before getting caught.
Hey Robert, I'm here with Ted. We're about to come back up. It should be up now. You see it?
So he said it included forged license, a gun, a silencer, and ammunition, bags, multiple masks, $8,000, 2,000 in foreign currency, and a passport. He also said Luigi was a transient and evaded detection for law enforcement before asking the judge to deny bail. I think he said because the charge doesn't carry a life sentence without parole, the judge should impose a bail. In addition, he cited the presumption of innocence and said his client had no prior criminal history. He said electric monitoring such as bracelet, could be used to track Luigi's whereabouts if granted bail. Consiglio then ruled Luigi had 14 days to file a habeas corpus, and if obtained, a new hearing would be scheduled. The judge gave the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania 30 days to obtain a governor's warrant and denied bail, saying Luigi will remain at SCI Huntingdon.
Battery. Yeah, it never shows up, right?
Yeah, it doesn't.
We've given this lunatic enough press already, right?
Oh shit! You heard that? Giving this lunatic enough press already. That job.
Very good.
I still have your microphone and cable with me. We'll sort it out
Okay, yeah.
later.
I still have a bunch of stuff inside, too.
Oh. No. No, all right. I'll be in Vienna.
Okay.
That's crazy, man. They should get that employee the money. Damn, it says Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly break up months before the baby's arrival. I didn't even know they had a baby coming. Damn, somebody said nobody gives a flying F. Damn. Alright, let's see if we got any updates. What else we got? We covered the White House condemning the violence. New York governor plans to submit warrant for suspect's extradition from Pennsylvania. New York Governor Kathy Hochul. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Oh Lord. His office said that it will seek the warrant in order to secure Luigi's extradition back to the state to face charges for the alleged killing. All right. Luigi has so many women in love with him, begging with him, pleading with him, fanatic. I wonder how much time he'll get. if he gets time. If the jury finds him guilty. Right. Who knows?
The fact that Luigi Mangione's mugshot looks so good as a Vogue cover is insane to me. Look, Vogue, the mugshot is here. Guilty or not.
Harry Sisson. It's been another busy day. New York City Mayor Eric Adams thanked rookie police officer Tyler Fry for arresting the alleged killer. FaceTime with him.
Hey, Tyler. I guess we found your guy. Yes, we has.
Oh, you guys can't even see that. Oops.
Hey, Tyler. I guess we found your guy. Yes, we as New Yorkers, we appreciate it. And you just did a great job, heads up policing. You took a dangerous person off the street. We thank you so much.
They call a McDonald's worker?
It was great to do.
FaceTime?
More than happy to do it. I can't say I was expecting it waking up this morning, but no, it was a great experience.
For me, I'm more than happy to take someone like that off the street.
How many years do you have on the job now?
Well, less than a year, actually.
Wow. Well, you're gonna be the most popular police officer in your town. When I was a police officer, I would hope to have a day like this when I could take someone this dangerous off the street.
You know, so I just wanted to call and just tell you thank you. New Yorkers appreciate your heads up policing. It doesn't matter which side your patch is on.
Or what color your uniform is, we have one job. Let's make sure Americans and New Yorkers are safe.
Oh yeah, no, I really appreciate the call.
Yeah, how many people in this room are holding phones recording? You got the one person from the other angle. You got Eric Adams talking on FaceTime, and then you have the other person from this side recorded too.
It's been quite the experience today. Like I said, I'm more than glad to take that guy off the street for you guys. And
This has been awesome.
thank you.
Happy holidays to you.
Hey, you too. Take care.
Can't say.
Collect additional evidence to put in front of that same grand jury. They'll indict the rest of the charges as the week goes on, or the weeks go on.
We have a question from Josepha Harrison, What did he shout? Meaning, what did he shout when he was on his way to court? So the reporting is, he said, it's completely out of touch and an insult to the intelligence of the American people. It's lived experience. He might have said something before, but it was kind of cut off. And in terms of what he said in court, as Sierra Gillespie had said, we're not entirely sure, but he was shut down very quickly by his own attorney to not say anything. Now, Tom, I want to go back to you. You're a criminal defense attorney, correct? Right?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I want to ask
my
you, this is an interesting question. Well, I lost track of it. Okay, this is a question from Jane. How is the jury going to be chosen given the fact so many people know about this awful case?
And I assume you mean the New York jury, is that correct?
Let's go with the New York jury, yeah.
Okay. One of the things that he's going to want to consider is the massive amount of coverage of this case. And I would fully expect he'd think about some sort of change venue motion. But with it being a national story, it may be tough to get around that. I would think that the jury is going to be asked a lot of questions on voir dire about their knowledge of the case and whether anything that they've heard about this will prejudice their views and ability to be fair. The other thing is I think you're going to see questions that relate to healthcare. And those are very legitimate questions from the defense perspective. I'd want to know, have you had a claim that was denied, or have you had a positive experience with an insurance company? Do you feel that insurance companies have treated you and your family fairly? I think these are important questions because something like that, pro or con, could influence somebody's view on insurance companies, and maybe they look at this as some sort of a Batman situation. You know, the mercenary, the vigilante comes in to kill off the bad guy. And that's, of course, not really the truth at all, but that might be something in the back of someone's mind.
Yeah, and I think with this outpouring of support, it's going to make it interesting. But I don't think a change of venue is necessarily going to solve an issue, particularly with health insurance that affects almost everybody in this country. So yeah, it's going to be interesting when we move towards that, but we're nowhere near that as of yet. He hasn't even been indicted as of yet. Professor Kirk, I want to go to you. We have a question from Jack Horn on YouTube. Actually, I'm sorry, Professor. I don't mean to be rude, but this is for Serena. So now, Serena, I have to go to you.
That's okay.
Serena, will he be housed in Rikers if he's extradited?
Now I know why it's for me. If he is facing charges in Manhattan on a state level, he will be incarcerated on Rikers Island. And to your question, or someone's question earlier about intoxication or drug ingestion, we are going to have to be concerned about that, because a lot of times people do get access to contraband and drugs on Rikers Island. And, you know, I think that if he's housed on Rikers Island, his defense attorney should make a motion for protective custody, which would allow him to essentially be held by himself. Not solitary confinement in the traditional sense, but, you know, the type of situation that Harvey Weinstein is facing. He's so popular and there's so many potential threats to him. His lawyer should probably apply for him to be in protective custody so that he's watched over very carefully.
Kirk, let me go back to you on this, the extradition issue. If he is fighting it, if his attorneys are fighting it, and the defense said earlier in that courtroom there are charges in New York, they asked why the court would deny his bail in Pennsylvania. They want to focus on the Pennsylvania charges. What are arguments to fight extradition back to New York?
Yeah, I'm not really sure, to be quite honest, because my thought is this will play itself out, and there is simply no way that he will not be extradited to New York. Maybe it'll take 30 to 45 days. You know, what's the argument that you want, or that one would make? Hey, I committed these crimes in Pennsylvania, or I'm accused of these crimes in Pennsylvania, and this is where this matter should be adjudicated first. What's the argument he can make? I don't want to go back to New York because I'm facing a murder charge. So it's very interesting. I also would not be surprised if his attorneys at some point kind of talk him into changing his mind, right? Let's get this show on the road. Let's, you know, start mounting your defense. This is going to happen anyway. Let's not waste our time and resources in Pennsylvania.
You know, there was a question about that. It's related. I'll read it out right now. This is from Ali Tovar. Does he have an attorney? Why was he denied bail? So, yes, he has an attorney in Pennsylvania, Thomas Dickey from Altoona. But why was he denied bail? Is it because, look, he's facing in Pennsylvania forgery and weapons charges? In any other scenario, Tom, would he have been denied bail, or is it because of what happened in New York?
I think he'd be denied bail in just about any circumstance. Anytime there's an allegation of murder, that's almost just prima facie.
But let me rephrase. He's not charged with murder in Pennsylvania, right? He's only charged with the weapons charge. So I'm just saying, is it because of the murder charge in New York that he was denied bail? And does a separate court, a separate jurisdiction look at that?
Absolutely. They consider anything pending. They consider the seriousness of it. They consider what flight risk he might be. I don't think there's any chance he'd get released in any jurisdiction with those type of charges.
We got a question from Alina Moore. I answered this before, but I'm going to allow Serena to jump in. Why is he being charged with murder in the second degree in New York and not murder in the first degree?
An excellent question. Murder in the first degree is very rare. You usually need to be committing a separate felony in order to what's called bump up a murder in the second degree to a murder in the first degree. So, for example, if you're committing a burglary and you murder somebody, those two combinations of crimes will bump the charge all the way up to that very, very top count of murder in the first degree. Murder in the second degree really is the top charge that could be charged in this particular set of circumstances. It requires that he intended to kill this person and that he did in fact kill the person. It doesn't really get more serious than that unless you add a second felony to it.
Isn't it also first degree is very specific categories? If you kill a police officer, you kill a firefighter, if you kill somebody in prison, it's very specific, whereas second degree is just the intention intentional killing of another human being.
That's exactly right.
Right.
There's a few different categories of bump ups, and you've named a few of them as well.
Yeah. Okay. I want to go. Yes. Please.
I'm sorry. I just want to
go.
chime in a second. Someone asked about whether this was a hit, so to speak, and I just wanted to mention that's the big ticket item also in New York for murder in the first degree, murder for hire, where the hit man, so to speak, and also the person who hires the hit person would be liable for murder in the first degree. So had this been a murder for hire case, he'd be charged with murder in the first degree.
That's a really, really good point. I'm glad you mentioned it. But again, nothing to suggest that this was murder for hire. The authorities have said that he was acting alone. Professor, I'll just stick with you. Kirk, let me ask you this. So a question from Marie Pili Bereda. The topic of how terrible chronic physical pain is, because apparently he had this back surgery, what does it do to your mental health? Do you think that would be a strong point for the defense?
Still waiting, huh?
It may be a point the defense would raise with regards to seeking some form of mitigation of charges or sympathy. However, there are so many people that live with so many other types of issues. The bottom line here is whether someone deserves to die. So as a prosecutor, my argument is going to be, no, I'm really sorry to hear that you are dealing with this chronic pain. I'm sorry to hear that you had claims denied. I'm sorry to hear anything. However, these were not, did not mean that the victim deserved to die, deserved to be shot in the street. So, and I would also.
So I think they explain why second degree murder. Only because he wasn't doing something else, I guess, like robbing him or something else. So it can only be second degree murder. How much time does that get you in New York? What's that, like the maximum? Minimum, maximum.
Certainly in front of a jury, because juries react very poorly when an argument doesn't pass the laugh test, so to speak.
That's a good point. We have a question from, I think it's WB. There's like a weird symbol in front. I thought it was Cal WB, but it's WB. Who put up the reward money anyway? So $10,000 came from Crime Stoppers.
It says 15 years to life.
$50,000 came from the FBI. I will tell you, CNN has just reported it may take a while before anyone gets that reward money, because at a news conference, Pennsylvania State Police Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens said that there was this customer in Altoona, Pennsylvania, who recognized Luigi Mangione eating in this McDonald's restaurant, notified the McDonald's employee, then police was called. But it says in the Thompson murder case, it's possible multiple people could be entitled to claim the reward money, because if multiple people were actually part of the apprehension here. And simply reporting a tip to a crime is not enough. The FBI offered a reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the individual responsible. Does Serena, you know anything about reward money, or do you want me to throw that to somebody else?
If I wish I could get some reward money, honestly.
There you go. So
that's all I know about
Tom, Kirk, you guys know the answer to this in terms of how the reward money might be divvied up, or who might get the reward money, how a tip is not enough. Any of you want to jump in on that?
I'll talk just about the general, and the professor may want to jump in, but when you do a proffer, for example, with the federal government, I think it's similar to that. There's something called the Substantial Assistance Fund, and that means that rather than just category down for acknowledging what we call acceptance of responsibility, they want you to actually help in the prosecution. And I think the reward money standard here seems to be the same, which is it's not just him getting caught, it's not just him being arrested, it's the arrest and the conviction. So essentially, if he gets found not guilty of everything, in theory, they could get out of the reward.
Oh, that's what we were just talking about. That's what we were just reading about that. So this person could be waiting a while if they even get it.
Everything and the conviction. Caught, it's not just him being arrested, it's the arrest and the conviction. So essentially, if he gets found not guilty of everything, in theory, they could get out of the reward.
That's a good point.
Hold on. Is it time? Is he coming out? I wonder if he's going to make another fuss if he comes out now. Yo. Oh, it's him. It's him.
What's going on, Luigi?
Luigi, it's me. It's me. That's unprofessional. Oh, that's disappointing. I wanted him to turn up. Scream, no! No! The scream, throw the fight drops on. Like tase his ass or something. Or not tase him, but sedated his ass. Take these multivitamins. His attorney. Luigi, no, come on, Luigi.
Sheriff, I still have a bag down in that basement area. I still have some equipment down in that basement area from the. Still? Okay. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you. Good luck.
You too. Nice meeting you.
Wow.
We bonded and now we would have had a good bond.
All right.
What is Ted? Dead?
Be safe, guys. Be dry.
Okay, great. Maybe Beth and I will go over to the
Wow. Is that it for now?
Yeah, and we'll send Kim home. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Beth, can we go to defense attorney's thing for Professor? Sorry. Can you do it?
I had
That's it. That'll be it.
I had 3 bites.
They're saying supposedly this is part of the Luigi states in his manifesto. To the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. The U.S. has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank #2. I read all this earlier. That part we did earlier. In life expectancy. United is it's undecipherable, whatever he wrote, largest company in the U.S. by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, Walmart. It has only grown and grown. But as our life expectancy, no. The reality is these have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has been allowed to get away with it. What's this?
Request that you made, though, about informing the corrections department about something, and I didn't understand what you were asking. You were saying for the
I don't really. Oh no, I think all I asked was the chairs to
outside
line around for a little bit so I could talk.
And what did you discuss?
Well, I'm not going to tell you that. You're
Your
kidding,
client-
right? You've been on this.
Sir, your client said something to reporters as he was walking in about this being an insult to the American people. Do you have any comment on that?
I have to take a look at that. No, I don't have any comment on that. I just know that, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on something I haven't seen or heard.
Any comment on the outpouring of support there's been for him online?
No, I mean, people are entitled to their opinion, and like I said, if you're an American, you believe in the American criminal justice system, you have to presume him to be innocent, and none of us would want anything other than that if that were us in those shoes, and so I'm glad he has some support.
Mr. Dickey, you just said a moment ago that that's what lawyers do when telling their clients to be quiet. What did you mean by that?
Well, no, I mean, because I'm going to do all the talking, it's you have the right to remain silent, and I believe in that right.
All right. And you are Thomas, Thomas?
Thomas, yes, middle initial M-D-I-C-K-U-R.
You still have plans to hold a press conference later today?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm sorry.
What's on the project?
You know what? I haven't received anything. I got paperwork, and I want to meet with the district attorney, and we'll have hearings. We'll be able to see all that, but I haven't seen anything.
Are you, as a human being, aware of what happened in New York over the last week? And were you aware of this before you were retained?
I mean, I don't have a whole lot of time to follow the news. I, of course, knew of it, but I don't. I don't follow a lot of things sometimes in the news because sometimes the press gets things wrong. Like I said, I was very irritated, getting some backlash already that some news agency had indicated we waived the arraignment, we waived the extradition, and that's what irritates lawyers like me is if you're going to print it, get it right.
Do you find it surreal that you're now representing the guy they've been looking for?
Yeah, I don't know. No.
Is this the biggest case you've ever been on?
Yeah, they're all big. All my clients, whether it's a speeding ticket or whether it's
Talk
a
that
felony
shit.
case, which I am qualified to do.
This is just like a speeding ticket. That's right. Talk your
Felony
shit.
case in
It's
Pennsylvania,
nothing.
so they're all big. All my clients are equally important to me.
Can you just explain to regular folks like what's going to happen, the timeline from now? Like,
Yeah, like I said, probably something maybe in about the next month. You know, like I said, the judge set some motions, some deadlines, and they're going to have to come up with some things. We're going to have to come up with some things, and we're going to move forward with that. So, just kind of pay attention to that. And
Right. It seemed like on the bench you guys were sharing a little laugh. Like, have you formed a little friendship with him?
sharing on the bench. What do you mean
Like
on
when
the bench?
you were sitting up there at the table, you were kind of have you
Well,
formed a little friendship with him?
Yeah, I mean, he's my client, and I want him to have trust and faith in me, and I have trust and faith in him, and yeah, I mean, we're human beings, and we have a relationship.
Is he going to have a trust in the system?
Relationship.
Is he going to have a trust in the system?
Well, I'm trying to, that's why I talk about presumption of innocence, things like that. I'm hoping to instill that trust in the system with it. Again, I can't comment any further on that.
Do you have any concern about his health, mental health? Do you have to reach out to
Yeah,
provide him any?
I won't comment on that. That doesn't mean I do or I don't, but I just.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You're very welcome, folks. Thank you. Nothing, just an attorney-client relationship. You know what I mean? And that's what we do. We try to form a bond.
Your name again, one more time, please.
Thomas, Thomas, middle initial M as in Mark, Dickey, Dickey.
And were you retained by them, or?
I'm not court appointed. I was retained. That's all.
Are you local?
Where are you coming from? My main office is in Altoona.
And you have anything that you can share about your conversations with him, or his state of mind, or anything?
No, I don't.
What do you have to say?
Thank
Sorry,
you, sir.
Let's give us a Mr. Statement. Can you say it real quick?
Pardon me?
Mr. Statement.
I didn't give a statement. Now you answer questions, and I can't remember everyone.
Can you just, for those of us who couldn't go in
I'm
there?
gonna come in and talk about. Can you repeat everything you just said? No, motherfucker.
Well, what happened today is he could have. There was a extradition proceeding. We did not. NOT. Add that on there, okay? Because if you're reporting that earlier that we did, that did not happen. We did not waive extradition. We were contesting extradition. We were going to fight this along the rules and with the constitutional protections that my client has, and that's what we're going to do.
How's his family why he doesn't want
I'm not going to comment
Did he say
on
why he didn't want to waive extradition, or?
No, that's an attorney-client communication, and
Who retained
As
you? Is it the
parent.
family?
I'm not going to get into that.
That's right. Mama and daddy's money. That's right. That insurance money from mommy and daddy's job and shit. Now, that money got you an attorney. Oh.
How is he doing? Have you talked to him about his last point?
You got? No, I haven't. I'm
The UnitedHealthcare CEO money, the nursing facilities money, all the outpatient, inpatient care, all that stuff.
There's a lawyer, and that's what I was.
And what's next, sir?
The extradition proceeding, this process is going to move forward, and so I'm anxious to be looking at information.
Is there a new court date? Another court date?
Not yet. Yes, sir.
Who do you like in the Pens game tonight? That's a real question.
Hopefully, just to answer that one, because I don't play favorites, is let's see if the Pens cannot blow a lead, and hopefully they'll win.
What about Penn State?
Amen.
We're Penn State fan. I hope they can do better
Yeah,
than
you can tell his attorney's
they
excited.
did the other night.
He's good for business.
Habeas corpus petition?
Yes.
Far free.
Oh, I didn't see you. Melissa, thank you so much for the 10 memberships. Gracias.
Yes, Thomas,
I wonder if this
middle
is...
initial
that's
M,
probably not.
Dickey.
We had a one crazy life, but this is...
Yes, sir, I am. Okay?
Out of memberships.
Thank you,
left.
folks. I appreciate, even though a lot of questions, I appreciate the way you handled me.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
The process can take up to 45 days.
Excuse me.
And then just for context.
And you can always talk to Brittany.
Is it Brittany?
My office manager. The thing about court proceedings is that you can always have delays and bumps in the road, but you set time frames and you set timelines, and you hope to stick to them and follow them hopefully as close as possible.
So do you expect the governor of New York to petition Shapiro to get him extradited quickly back to New York?
I can only go by what the Commonwealth said today in the court, and so I guess time will tell.
If that happens, what do you expect to do?
Well, let's wait and see what happens, and then we'll go from there. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have this other. Well, I've read most of this, but this person is claiming this is the entire manifesto. I don't know if it's true or
Don't
not.
run into the meter there. Maybe I'll give you my card and we can sue the county.
I'll skip the part I already read about the feds and save you a lengthy investigation. He goes on to say this was fairly trivial, some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, and a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife and traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder, the U.S., we read that already, the #1 most expensive healthcare. Google, Apple, Walmart. It has grown and grown and grown, but as our life expectancy, that isn't the reality. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. But many have illuminated the corruption and greed, Rosenthal more, decades ago, and the problems simply remain. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I'm the first to face it with such brutal honesty.
He's going to fight extradition because he only gets paid to represent him in PA.
That's right. Yeah, just true. I didn't think about that. We're going to try to drag this out, fight it off. Yeah, run it up. Mommy and Daddy, to save the day, little spoiled, ungrateful brat. Now we got to come here and save your ungrateful ass. Ruin the family name, generational wealth, ruin grandpa's money, the foundation that grandpa had set for everybody. Spoiled brat. You didn't get your applesauce and your cookies when you were growing up because the maid was giving it to you. Went on a psychedelic trip and lost your goddamn mind. Crazy, man. Crazy. I would have never thought we'd be following this or covering a story like this. Yesterday, man, that YouTube page, that was so insane. Like, if that really was the guy's page and he was dropping videos, man, that would have been so crazy to watch in real time. Damn. Oh, man. And now, I'm curious to know this guy's mental health. If it's going to come out at some point or during the trial, or what happened when he messed up his back. Because now he's going to be sleeping on cardboard, some little cloth wrapped around a piece of cardboard. And it's not going to be comfortable. It's not going to be used to the luxuries he probably has within four walls, getting fed Lunchables or whatever they serve in a little platter. Sludgy, milky eggs.
He kept his eyebrows raised, his head back, kind of very confident. He looked around a lot. A couple of times I had direct eyesight, kind of, eye contact with him a couple of times. He just looked at where the media was, and because I was in his direct line of sight, I kind of felt like he was trying to make eye contact or try to find out who was there. But he had this, strong, confident, and quite defiant presence. He did swivel a lot. He had one document. We couldn't figure out what it was, but it could be either the charging document or something of that nature, with some handwritten notes. His attorney said that they were contesting the extradition, which means that now the Attorney General in New York, Alvin Bragg, has to request an extradition warrant from Governor Kathy Hochul of New York. He has already now, just minutes ago, announced that he will seek that extradition warrant. They have 30 days to do it, but it seems like they're going to try to do it immediately. The other thing that his defense attorney was requesting was bail. The the prosecutors here in Altoona County were asking the judge to deny him bail. They were categorizing him as a fugitive. One of the moments where he reacted the most physically or verbally was in a way challenging how the district attorney was describing him as a fugitive. At one point, the district attorney described everything that was found in his possession, including $8,000, and he said, and foreign currency plus his passport. He kind of reacted to that, and then his attorney spoke and objected and said, look, it wasn't more than $20 if it was even real when it came to the foreign currency. At another point, his attorney started talking about masks because the district attorney was saying something about the fact that he had all these masks, so clearly insinuating that he's a flight risk, he was a fugitive, and that he was hiding his face. And he himself spoke into the microphone of his defense attorney and said, I just bought the masks, at which point his attorney restrained him and told him to basically shut up and stop talking. So he was very active. He looked around. He was very involved and engaged in everything that his attorney was walking him through. He brought some documents and some notes, and the attorney did. He stepped out, I guess, to continue negotiating with the court. When he came back, they had a discussion. They seemed to have had a negotiation. He shook his head, and then he nodded oftentimes, and then we learned what he decided to do, which is to contest the extradition. So we are waiting for, of course, the governor of New York to ask for him to be extradited, and then at that point, he would be taken to New York.
And yesterday, we did hear Pennsylvania authorities say they do this all the time. It could take 30 to 45 days. You've been chasing the story on the ground in Altoona. What more are you learning about the events leading up to his arrest?
Well, everybody in this town is kind of paralyzed with this story and following every development. Of course, this is a small city. It is a city, but it's a small city. Law enforcement is not used to having such a high-profile case in their hands. What I heard from police earlier today was that they and he did not really seem to expect for that encounter to happen last night. That said, the cooperation between NYPD and the Altoona police and the state police, or the sheriffs here in the state of Pennsylvania, and the FBI and the U.S. Marshals has continued. All of the evidence went to the NYPD, and it seems like the authorities here are doing everything they can to send this case off.
This guy almost looks like the Boston Marathon bomber. Almost, maybe. The eyebrows aren't as thick. Maybe there needs to be a new, FBI profile when coming up with a suspect. Dick him out, dude. That's so wrong of you. Peace out. What are you talking about? What did I didn't even do anything. I was just playing a news clip. The hell? He looks like he kind of looks like the Boston Marathon bomber. A little bit. His eyebrows are a bit thinner. They posted some pictures too on the New York Post. Check this out. Bro, this one's kind of wild too. The one where he's like turning back and smiling. All the different facial expressions.
It was easy for him to excel in school, but not in real life. He needed to feel important again.
Right, yeah. Thanks for the 10. Yeah, this is he's relevant now. He's a hero, a martyr to some, beloved. He has all the women now that he could ever think of wanting to get. I mean, he could get what? Giggle Glamour says, you're saying rich kid that couldn't follow the rules? I didn't say he couldn't follow the rules. You're right. You're right. Rich people should just stick to our... What are you talking about? Something's wrong with you. What the hell? What the... I thought you said you were leaving. Why are you still here? People got to announce it. Anyway, man, thank you guys so much for today. I really appreciate it. It's been crazy. We're here for like, how many hours? 5 hours. Almost here 5 hours. 4. I thought it was 4. Almost 5 hours here. 5 hours here. And yesterday, I think we did like 6. So we'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. I don't know when the next press conference is, or more updates, or family or friends come and speak. Long day. Thank you so much for the super chats and the membership gifts. Wow, man, it's been crazy. Mommy and daddy. Spoiled brat. All right, guys, take care. Love you. Bye. Hit the like on the way out.